And we are live. Hey, everybody out there. Hey, design friends and fans. We are so happy to see you all. I see people coming into the chat and saying hello from all over. This is our first ever Product Live. Oh my God. So check this out. For the next 5 hours, it's a marathon. We're showcasing new product introductions with these quick 10-minute chats between a designer, an editor, or a designer and a manufacturer. And you're going to get the inside scoop of everything that's happening in the marketplace today. Hello, I'm Cindy Allen, editor-in-chief of Interior Design Magazine, and I am with my good friend and fellow editor-in-chief, Avi Rajagopal from Metropolis. Hey, Avi.
Hi, Cindy. Hi, everyone.
It's amazing. Oh, two editor-in-chiefs in one room is pretty good, huh, Avi?
You bet. You bet. It's such an exciting day today. I'm so happy to get into all this amazing product with all of you.
Exactly. And for everyone out there, just so everyone like kind of makes sense of it all, we're part of Standout Design Group. That's Metropolis and Interior Design. And we're providing these useful tools because we want to help you with your specifying. We want to help you in these crazy times to get the new product, to see it and to get it out there. Avi, I would say that a lot of people don't really know how much a part of our job is to take in all this new product and then put it out there into the world. And it's been trying during COVID, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this has been such a tough year. At Metropolis, I like to say, if the right products don't get into the right projects, none of us in the industry can stand by what we do. But it's so hard to pick products during this time. I mean, we can't touch and feel a lot of stuff. Some of our old ways of getting to know stuff through trade shows and stuff is gone now. I'm super excited to do this with you, Cindy.
I know, me too. It's going to be a marathon, but this is the start of something really good, I believe it. And for designers out there, look, you don't have to sit for an hour for some. This is 10 minutes. It's really quick. We want to show you the product, get you really, really excited, and move on to the next. Avi, what's your lineup like?
We have some amazing folks on today. We're going to have fantastic new products, furniture, lighting, textiles, ceilings, technology, windows. I mean, you name it, for all kinds of products. You can see our lineup here. We also have 3 very exciting informational sessions, Specify Better with Metropolis, where we're going to be talking about how you can make a difference in the world through how you select products. Yes, product selection is very important, and we hope we can show you how and give you some tools to help you do that better.
There we go. There we go. And so Avi starts the day till from now until 2:30, and then interior design sort of closes out the day. And we also have, we just, let's not forget our magazines are still showing new products and we're doing things online, but this is really another tool. So this kind of reminds me of our tabloid, which all the designers have just gotten with a wide range of new product introductions. So you're going to see everything from furniture, seating, fabric, wall covering, outdoor, kitchen and bath, and lighting. So the full gamut today, Product Live. I love seeing the people from all over the world, Germany, South Africa, Dubai, Mexico, California. Everyone is in the house saying hello and really, really excited. So first things first, we really want to thank our sponsors. Thank you, all of you, for participating. I know this is the start of something big, and you're going to remember that this was the first time we had our product live in this way. I do want to say we used to do it at NeoCon, and I hope to do it again this NeoCon. And it was live on the floor, and it was always really, really successful. And it's so fun to have those like really quick, intimate chats. But now we get to share it with so many people. All right, so before we get started, I do want to thank the Oz behind the curtain today is our super video team, James and Stephen and Stephanie, led by Bobby. I just want to thank you all so much. I know it's crazy back there. We're going to get through it. There's a lot of love and a lot of excitement for our product live. Okay, so dear friend Avi, you're going to take it away for the next 2.5 hours, and I will see you later. Sending you a hug. Have a great time
Big
with
hug,
you guys.
Cindy. See you
Okay,
soon, Cindy. Thank you so much.
bye. Take
Bye.
care.
And folks, stay with us. We're going to get started in just a few minutes here. We're going to hear first from AJ Perron talking about why you should learn to specify products better. So that's coming up in just a few seconds here. So excited to take you through all of this amazing new product this morning. We're going to hear from the people behind the scenes, people who've actually worked on this product, who've worked so hard to bring it to you during a very tough year. Here we go. Let's go next to AJ Perron.
Hi, I'm AJ Perron, Executive Vice President and Design Futurist for Sandow Design Group. We're so excited to share with you Product Live today. We've been working on this for a while, and we have many exciting new things to show you. So as you know, designers are more important than ever. Designers, their work affects millions of people, whether that's specifying healthy products, easing anxiety, and influencing psychological safety by how they're creating space. Or it could be helping teams be the most productive they can be. Specification of products is a key activity that is involved with design that really takes this process and figures out the true impacts of the people that we're trying to serve. We want to have positive outcomes for all people, and design is really focused on this. So if we really want to make a difference in the world, we need to start with designers, right? Designers have 26 times more buying powers than consumers. And we have this research from our great partner at ThinkLab, which is the research division at Sandow Design Group. But more importantly than that, we also know that giants, which designers that work at a giant firm, means that they're at one of the top 200 firms globally in the world. So if you're a designer at a giant's firm, your specification power is 111 times more than the buying power of an average consumer. wow, that's kind of amazing. So what does this all mean? Why am I giving you all these numbers? The bottom line is the power of specifications is immense. It's huge. It has so much impact. And so sure, we could try and get every household to do something differently to impact how our carbon footprint is on this world. Or we could go to a bunch of very key designers that are specifying the entire environments for hundreds of thousands of square feet. It's much easier to do that. Not that we need to get homeowners to do things too. We do, but designers really hold such a key element in helping a manufacturer do the right thing, change their products, figure out new solutions. And so that's why we're really concentrating on designers. So we've been thinking about all the new things that could be coming out because it's been a while, right? We haven't had a trade show. We haven't been at NeoCon, and now we see that on the horizon. And so this is why we're excited to bring you Product Live. We're going to be talking to people about the latest innovations and product launches that are in the tangible near future. That's what's really exciting. They're not way off. They're just right in front of us. And I know many people are excited to tell you what they've had in the works and what they're planning to do. And the key here is to understand that the world has changed, right? Our clients are starting to return to work. And guess what? They have new challenges that they've never had to address before. And this is where design comes in. When we have clients that just really don't know what to do, we go back to designers and say, help us find those solutions. And as you know, many of these manufacturers have talked to designers over the last 18 months or have hired designers to help them in product development because they're really truly trying to focus on exactly how they are going to be able to solve the new problems that we have in this new world. So buckle your seats because we've got a great lineup for you. We have some amazing manufacturers that have really done a great job of looking at the future and have learned to use innovation in a different way to bring new products to light, or maybe change the paradigm shift and say, hey, you haven't thought about using this product like this. Maybe we can use it over here. So we're really excited about this lineup today, and we hope that you stay with us the whole time because you're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be a little while till we get to those shows. So happy to have you guys here and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Okay, we're ready to get started with our very first guest here today. We have with us Giulio Capellini, Art Director of Capellini. Giulio, it is an honor to talk to you today. For those of you who may not be familiar, Giulio is a tour de force in the design world, has helped, catapult the careers of countless industrial designers, some very well-known names that may be known to you, and his products that he's developed at Capellini are in some of the world's greatest museums. I mean, Giulio, such a pleasure to have a design visionary like you on with me today for our very first Product Live segment.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So Giulio, tell us a little bit about Capellini today. What are you working on? What's on your mind? How are you deciding products, especially during this? How are you selecting products, especially during this, really strange time that we're going through?
I think that during these strange times, many things changed. But I think that anyway, many things were already on there. No, I think that today we don't need of new products because there are really thousands of interesting products in the market. I think that we need of new ideas, of new concepts, and also we need to work on landscapes. For sure, in landscape you can put really different products. But I think that we have really to think after this period new landscape for residential and also for for contract business, that means for hospitality, for office, and so and so. So really, the way that we live, the way that we work, it's really changing a lot. And they think that so we have really to go in a new direction. And they think that this period is a huge challenge for designers and for the companies involved in design, really to see what is going on and really to change for today and for the future too.
Right, absolutely. I mean, the way we do everything has changed now. I know we're going to talk about two exciting products today. Giulio, can you tell us a little bit about the Litos sofa system? What was the thinking behind it? What kind of a product it is? And how can it be used?
Good. Yes, this year we introduced very few products because we think that it's not necessary to introduce too many products every year. So Litos is designed by Sebastian Erkner. He is a very good and clever designer coming from Germany, and he's at the second project with Capellini. We are friends since many, many years. And so the inspiration of Litos sofas are just the round shapes of the stones of Salento. Salento is a beautiful area in the south of Italy. And why I think Litos is interesting? First of all, because I think that today we use our living room. We see it in a different way, in a totally different way. This means that the living room is the agora where you can meet some friends, where you can stay with your family just watching TV and so. So I think that it's really finished the era of the very, very formal sofas. Now, really, you like to sit in a more free way. And I think that Litos, just with all these round shapes, all this possibility to create small or big combination, corners, elements with arms or without arms, really give to the end consumer the total freedom to create the seating system like he wants. And I think that, so this is on one side, something new for the market. And on the other side, really, we try to have these very simple, pure lines, but with a big comfort, because when we speak about the sofa, comfort is the most important thing.
Right. I mean, we might not all be able to fly out to Salento, but certainly we can bring a little bit of that, that wonderful Mediterranean spirit into the living room. I love the idea of you talking about the living room almost like an agora, like a gathering place, bringing people together, and just letting it be ease, letting it be comfortable. And certainly we see that in the lines of the furniture. Just a spectacular collection of pieces there. Really beautiful and really, inspiring. I know you have a second product that's coming out this year as well, which is the Heroi armchair. Giulio, do you want to talk to us about that as well?
Yeah, so Heroi is designed by two very, very young designers coming from Eastern Europe. I discovered them 2 years ago in Prague, in Czech Republic. The name is Matej Jansky and Cyril Dundera. They are only 25, 26 years old. And Heroi is the first project that they made together. Heroi is a very pure, very simple low chair that comes in natural wood, like we can see in this picture, or completely black, and is covered with the seat and the back are covered with leather, that can be in different color. So it's very simple but very comfortable, and also this armchair can be used for residential or for public spaces too. Because one concept in the Capellini collection is try to create what they call hybrid products. That means products that can fit in a residential landscape or also in public spaces. And they think that Heroi is very simple, but the construction is absolutely very, very, very sophisticated. To create a comfort and to create this very simple line, we need to work on very special joint for the wood and so. So the construction is absolutely very sophisticated, and really, I'm really super happy to introduce these two new, very young designers in the market, and I hope that Heroi is just the first project that we are going to do together.
Giulio, you've always had an eye for picking, the young designers who are going to, really change and transform the way we all live and work and play. And with Heroi, certainly, I'm sure you're doing it again. And what seems to me is amazing about these two products is, you speak about the simplicity of the product. That is that it has these very clean lines. It's very sophisticated. It's very pulled back, pared back, but there's a lot of deep thinking behind it. And I think that has been a hallmark of Capellini, just the thoughtfulness you put behind products. Giulio, can you tell us how these two products fit into sort of the broader, how do they complement what Capellini has to offer? You spoke about hybrid products. You spoke about the sophistication. Tell us a little bit more about how they work with the Capellini spirit.
But Capellini has a big catalog with many, many different products designed by different designers. And so when we add something new, we have for sure to try to put in our catalog something better of what we made maybe 10 or 20 years ago. So the concept to work on this very pure, very simple object, because I think that real design today has to work on long sellers and not best sellers. I think that really this is a sort of guarantee for the market, for the public, because people, if they see a product, maybe with a different color, with a different texture, but for many years in the market, they say, wow, if this product is still in the market after 10, 20 years, it's because it's really a very good product. So I think that really, the Capellini catalog is a multicultural catalog, because we speak many different languages. We have different designers with a completely different approach to design. But I think that these new two products, Heroi and Litos, they fit perfectly with all the other stuff that are already in the Capellini catalog. So are really part of the same family. And in Capellini catalog, there is always a sort of fil rouge that connect all the different products that we have.
Right. You heard it here. Look for the long sellers, not always the best sellers. And I think, Giulio, that also speaks to how we need to start thinking now these days, thinking about durability and long life of products. Pick something really beautiful that you want to hold on, that your clients and your customers will want to hold on for a long time, because that's what's best for us and that's what's best for the planet as well. Giulio, it also occurs to me that both of these have some source of inspiration in nature. Of course, Litos with the pebbles and Heroi with the beautiful wood. Talk to us a little bit about sort of how you see, human emotion and nature connecting through these products, because I think that's really a big part of what these products are.
But, I think that really, for sure, I always say that when they ask me where I find inspiration, I always say look into the natural landscape, because I think that it's really very important. And I think that really more and more today, really this connection between people and the natural landscape and the natural material is becoming more and more strong. And I think that on one side, also when we do new projects, it's very important also to think in a positive way to the natural landscape. That means using eco-friendly material, because also this is today very important. It's something very important also for the end consumer. I think that today people, if they are at home or if they are also in an office or in a restaurant or in a hotel, they like to be and to feel at home, to be in a very nice and relaxing space. And I think that really the use of natural materials or the use of natural shapes is absolutely very important and give to you this kind of feeling.
Thank you so much, Giulio. Thank you so much for taking us so deep into these products that look simple, are so sophisticated, and really represent the next level of design thinking, also by some of the freshest minds in design working today. Giulio, thank you so much, and I hope you have a great day. Thanks, everyone, for joining us for this first segment of Product Live. See you soon. We'll be talking to more manufacturers about more exciting products all through today. Thanks, Giulio.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, everyone. We're on now with Scavolini, who are, of course, a fantastic manufacturer, also from Italy. We have with us Daniela Busca, who is the Creative Brand Director, USA, and VP of Strategic New York Sales Development. Daniela, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, and so nice to see you. And welcome from Scavolini headquarters. I'm live from Italy, which is a beautiful place to be in this moment.
Wonderful. Daniela, tell us a little bit about Scavolini and about Scavolini USA.
So actually, 2021 is the 60th anniversary of the company. And as you know, the company is a family business. And the family, this is already the second generation. And in the headquarters is here in the Marche region. We are facing the Adriatic coast, and the facility is immense. And actually, I'm here from the showroom of the company. We are talking about 30,000 square feet of displays, and actually the building also in the roof has a solar panel system. So in these days that are very sunny and hot, we are able to sell energy to other facilities, because Scavolini has been committed to the environment in many years, and the solar system, the panel system that is all on top of the roof of the entire company is one of the largest private that we have in Italy.
Wonderful. I mean, I'm so glad to hear that. The more we can all give back to the environment, the better it is. We should all strive to make a positive impact on the world. Tell us about the Scavolini in the American market. What are some of your products that have been really successful or have really taken hold here?
So in Scavolini, we are known for the option that we give in terms of finishes and colors. And usually every year we launch new models, usually are 2 models. In this case, we have in the picture the newest collection, which is called Formalia. We have, the picture is actually one of the compositions that we have here in the showroom, and is the bathroom collection, but we have also the collection for the kitchen, which is really cool. We are photo shooting right now the composition that will be on display in the fall in Soho Gallery, which is the flagship store that we have in New York. And this kitchen instead is another successful kitchen, especially in the American market. This version that you see is in wood veneer and in a charcoal color, and all these accent in brass. And also it's very versatile, it's super chic, and we are able to really fit any type of space. This was the challenge when we opened in 2009 the operation directly in the US, to be able to customize our product to meet the need of this market, which is completely different from Italy. And so that was the challenge and the commitment. And actually, I can say that in these decades, we were able to open a department dedicated just for the American market to make sure that we can customize everything at best. This picture that you see here instead is the latest concept. It's a system called ProductLIVE. It was designed in collaboration with Rainlight. And basically is a system of containers. And these containers are very smart because you can basically contain every room of the house. So in this situation, we have the kitchen and then the living room. And basically with this system of sliding doors, in this case, pocket door, once you don't need to use anymore like the area, you can close it. So you'll see just beautiful doors and different finishes. We have over 200 finishes for this system. And and that makes it very versatile. And we have so many options. So we have solutions for a guest house and a guest room, or like, a studio apartment. So you can have different areas hidden, during the day. And one that was very successful was the office that you can hide. And during this past year was really a great solution. People look at it. And the latest introduction to our offer are the closets. In this case, we have the walk-in closets. Again, tons of solution, customizable, I would say 95%, depending on what the hardware that we are using. Tons of finishes, very elegant, functional, and we are adding more option and more feature. So basically, they're so beautiful that you can even keep them open facing the master bedroom, because they are beauty.
Yeah.
And that's what we are doing in Scavolini. Even during this 2020, we've been working on new product, on new solutions. We are coming out soon with a new catalog, with new creative and innovative finishes. And in the US were really for us like a lab, where we have tested so many new options in our product. We expanded our solutions, and we feel that what we do really fit the need of the American market. Actually, where I'm sitting here, this was the Mia collection, design in collaboration with the Italian master chef, is renowned all over the world, Carlo Cracco. So this kitchen it's not only just a beautiful kitchen, but has all the feature for really people that likes to cook, and
absolutely
so tools, and that's what makes it a beautiful kitchen to have in your home.
Absolutely. Daniela, is so fantastic. I mean, just the 3 products you showed us today, whether it's the walk-in closet, whether it's the Box Life collection from Rainlight, whether it's the Formalia bath collection, so many options, so much customization possible. But of course, Scavolini is there to hold your hand, designers, and to walk you through all the options, to work with you to find what is the exact right solution for your project. Thank you so much, Daniela. That's the time we have for you today. It's been a pleasure talking with you. Thank you for
having me, and many regards from this sunny country. Right now, we are in this beautiful moment. It's a beautiful summer. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Daniela.
See you soon. Done.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Continuing today with our wonderful Product Live Marathon, we're going to bring up next Ayse Birsel, who is the National Business Development Manager for Business Interiors at Room & Board, for Room & Board Business Interiors. Ayse, such a pleasure to have you with me today.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. We're so excited to be here.
Ayse, tell us a little bit about the Business Interiors division at Room & Board. A lot of Americans, I'm sure, have heard of the Room & Board brand. Tell us about what distinguishes Business Interiors.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Room & Board, we were founded over 40 years ago. We really celebrate beautiful modern design and American craftsmanship. Over 90% of our assortment is made in the US, and our commercial division is Room & Board Business Interiors. So we do have a commercial, curated commercial assortment of furnishings that are wonderful for high use environments. We have BIFMA testing and 5 and 10-year warranties on these pieces. So they're really wonderful for all the commercial projects that are out there.
So we're gonna today we're gonna talk about the Amherst beverage cabinet, right?
That's
Which is of course a wonderful amenity to have in any kind of space. So Elise, tell us about how the idea for this cabinet came about, and I know there's also an exciting collaboration story behind it.
Yes, it's so great. We actually we met True Refrigeration, True Manufacturing last year during a virtual panel that we were both participating on when HD Expo was canceled, and so we were sharing more about what we would have shown at the show with the editors. And as we learned more about each other's company, there were so many similarities that we started collaborating to create this beautiful new collection called the Amherst Collection. The inspiration was really looking at this incredible opportunity with True, but also knowing that so many of our commercial clients were looking to have a beautiful beverage center in many different common spaces. Our residential customers were looking to expand and have really comprehensive entertainment areas in their home. And so this collaboration came at such a wonderful time where we could integrate both of those needs for both commercial and residential spaces.
Right. Take us through the collection, if you don't mind. What are the different colors and patterns and sizes that designers can specify for their projects?
Yeah, absolutely. So here you'll see this is the Amherst in white oak. It's available in white oak or walnut. It is available in 3 different sizes. So there's a 72 length, a 60 length, or a 48. They are all 25 inches deep and 36 inches high. Then there are different quartz top options for the Amherst, so a great selection of those. And for our commercial customers, we also partner with Cambria quartz, so any Cambria design would be integrated into the Amherst as well. You'll see in the different photos, there's 2 different door options. So there's either the door that is the solid wood door, so really just a beautiful storage piece. And then there is also the framed wood door so that you can see the refrigerator behind it. So really, lots of different options that way. We did design it with that modern take on shaker design. We wanted it to be really beautiful, clean lines so that we'd be able to use the piece in a lot of different environments that could really integrate beautifully depending on and just blend in with the other design that's already in the space.
Right. So at least tell us, if a designer were trying to integrate this into one of their projects, a beverage cabinet, are there any specific considerations or anything that they should keep in mind? Should they be, looking for certain factors over others in selecting, what finishes, what type, what things they should, what characteristics they should select in the beverage cabinet?
Yeah, certainly as you look at what wood option is going to be best for the space, I think you can really, as the designer is specifying, you can really change the look depending on the top that is selected to really just be that seamless integration into the beautiful space. You'll want an outlet because you have to plug it in. But other than that, it's that perfect height at 36 high. Then is just that really great counter height. So that's a pretty standard height. And again, with those 3 different lengths of the piece, 72, 60, or 48, I think that can really help to really, even make it as if it's a built-in piece without having to have a custom element in the room. And so it provides a lot of flexibility that way.
That's what I love about it. It's such an surprising, feature to offer in any space. Think about it, in an office conference room, or think about it, in a home, and you can really put it in anywhere. There's just so little that constrains you in terms of how you use this product. I love that, and it also really fits into how we're going to be using collaborative spaces and other kinds of sort of gathering areas in the future, especially when we all gather again and come back together again. I do know, Elise, that Room and Board, of course, has a really deep history of manufacturing in the US. All your woods are sourced here. Can you talk a little bit about, that local ethos of Room and Board as well?
Yeah, absolutely. When Room and Board was founded, the concept behind our company was to find different vendor partners who we could collaborate and design our furniture with. That wasn't something that was commonly done then. So as we found those great partners, over 35 years ago, we just continued to evolve with them and continue to create beautiful pieces. We've found that to have our manufacturing partners, our vendor partners here in the U.S. allows for us to have easy, quick communication, really strong relationships. We work with smaller companies, and there's a lot of innovation and excitement and entrepreneurial spirit in these companies. They bring great ideas. We bring great ideas. We're so focused on sustainability to have partners in manufacturing that as a smaller carbon footprint is really important to us. So all of these factors that how we've always worked just really have been wonderful. And as we continue to find new partners, just like True Manufacturing, everything with True is made in one of their locations in Missouri. And so to be able to integrate in such a wonderful commercial quality refrigeration piece into our storage unit, into our storage case piece that's made in New Hampshire, it's just a really wonderful collaboration and the first of many. We're excited for the future.
That's fantastic. This is what Room and Board does so well. You make it easy for designers. You have easy to work with lead times. You have these fantastic collaborations that allow designers to, really easily insert a moment of delight, like a moment of surprise into their projects. And that's just absolutely wonderful. Ayse, we have just a couple of seconds here. If folks want to find out more about Room and Board Business Interiors, where should they head to? Just give us a URL or a place that designers can go to.
Any direct questions, you can just email us right at businessinteriors@roomandboard.com, or certainly you can see our entire collection, our commercial assortment at roomandboard.com, and follow us at Room and Board Business on Instagram.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I hope a bunch of designers today are inspired to dive a little bit deeper into Room and Board. Thanks, Ayse. Have a great day.
Thanks so much, Abby. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
You too, folks. Hang on. We have lots more coming for you. Hi, everyone. We're going to next talk to Technion, specifically the wonderful designers behind one of Technion's latest collections. We have with us here today Luke Pearson and Tom Lloyd, co-founders and directors of the fantastic design studio, Pearson Lloyd. Luke and Tom, what an honor to have you on with us today.
Very nice to be here with you. Good afternoon. Hi.
Luke and Tom, you've both designed some amazing furniture collections and systems for Technion and for others in the past. I know you have an exciting new collection to talk to us about today. Tell us a little bit about Roots.
Okay, so Roots is a new collection that was actually due to launch last year, but because of COVID, it was as like everything, it's stretched along a bit. We really wanted to find a new spirit, if you like, for workplace furniture. And one of the key ideas is around work play. There's a kind of a light-hearted irreverence to the collection. It's spirited, but it's also practical and playful and simple, if you like. So we're mixing ideas and spirits together that we're not sure have been seen before in classical kind of workplace furniture. And it's a collection, quite an eclectic collection of pieces that almost like a collage that come together and that can work in many, many different settings.
Survey after survey of, folks asking them what they want in the office when they return after this long, work from home experiment during the pandemic. And in each and every one of them, people have responded saying the reason they want to go back to the office is to connect with their coworkers, is to have those social connections, is to, kind of express themselves, have an exciting, collaboration with people, not necessarily to go and, do heads down work in an office. So it's wonderful that you're hitting this cultural moment so precisely with this collection.
Well, I think it's been very interesting, as Tom was saying. It was actually, this was sort of imagined pre-COVID. And one of the things we were beginning to see was that the question of why you go to work was sort of ringing in our minds. And I think the touch points that we have, the most valuable touch points are other people. And we were trying to build a collection of elements and characters that you could put together in different proportions, different relationships, to build different environments that would allow people to collaborate, to meet, to workshop, or to simply interact with each other in different ways, and to build a collection that the user could, with a very intuitive, immediate understanding, redefine, reposition, and build environments that would suit their particular team structure or even their mood for a 3-hour period. And I think what was interesting for us is we could see the clues coming in, and we've got increase in the potential for remote working, but everybody was a little bit tentative about what this really means if we're not present. We've now all had sort of, in some countries, almost a year of remote working. So now that question of trust has been removed, and actually we've got something quite different happening, which is the desire to go back to work, because the recognition is we need to be together. The physical sort of tacit communication and understanding that is lost by being digital means that we now truly understand why we need to go to work. And it is for the social, it is for the physical interaction, and it is for those almost intangible sort of sinews of connectivity that happen when people are in the same place together.
So, Luke and Tom, can you maybe take us through a couple of the elements of this collection? Maybe just 2 or 3 of the furniture pieces that are part of the collection?
So one of the main themes is this strong, bold, primary kind of steel work. It almost feels like utility furniture, but then it's dressed in this beautiful set of colourful paint finishes that have a kind of a freshness to it. So on one level, that's one of the sort of lines that runs through the whole collection, is this mixture between sort of utility and playfulness and also comfort. And so you can see that steel work running right the way through the collection. That's a key element. And then we've got a series of new ideas that sit in there. For example, on the image with the man with the stool on his head, it's almost like it's resonant of a bucket in a hardware store when you go and find them when they'd be stacked up in the corner. And we wanted that to be, it's almost something like a found object. You just grab, you sit on on a building site or something like that. So we wanted characters to sit inside the collection like that really give you a sense of inspiration and a sense of kind of creativity and imagination.
Right. It's really interesting that they all feel like they're part of a family, and they are much like a family, very different characters, even though there's a through line that goes through them, which is a really, really wonderful thing in the office of today, where we also want that variety and we want that expressiveness. I know that we've talked a lot about playfulness today, but I know that there's also some serious thinking behind Roots, specifically around sustainability, around circular design principles. Talk to us a little bit about that as well.
Well, it's clearly we've reached a point where everybody's got to be much more mindful about what they produce and why they're producing it, but ultimately, we've got to think long term and think about the full life cycle. So part of the reason we chose tubular steel is because steel is one of these wonderful materials that can be recycled again and again and again. It's also very, very strong. It can be manipulated very efficiently with relatively low amounts of machinery and energy to build forms. At the end of its life, it can be broken down and disassembled very easily and then reconstituted, smelted down and made into something else. We use plastic for the bucket, that the little pop-up store. It stacks very efficiently, so we can send out a block of those in a box. We've minimized the wall thickness whilst it's very strong. We've reduced the material content across the range as dramatically as we possibly could to balance the longevity and the strength of it with the amount of material and the weight of the object. A lot of the elements disassemble for shipping and also for storage, so that we can minimize shipping costs, when I think we all know now that the cost of shipping the product across the states can far outweigh the carbon the carbon input can be mostly in the shipping, not actually in the manufacture of the product. So how we ship it, how we disassemble it, how we use the materials at the end of the life, these were all factors that we built into the design right at the beginning. And the ARC chair, for example, big lounge chair, uses a polyester knit and a very small amount of polyurethane foam on the seat. So we were interested in getting a big volume with a high level of comfort, but a very small material content. So you can see that product here. And, some of the products are also about the potential to change, because part of the thing about building longevity is to allow the user to refresh things. So, for example, the screen here has a very interesting draped loom textile, which is reversible. So you have different color on each side. If at some point you want to change your interior decoration, you don't have to throw the screen away. You could just order a new textile. So we were trying to think about each element uniquely, how we could produce the longest lifespan and reduce the carbon impact of each individual object.
I love that, you're talking about flexibility of use, almost throughout this conversation we've had. And, it's a mind shift for many designers to think about how their space might be used in different ways than even their clients might, intend today. And to find products that leave the door open to that, right? That leave the door open for somebody who's coming to the space to express themselves. That's absolutely, just fantastic. And it's such a part of this collection. You've given us clues about the materiality and the durability of this collection as well. Tell us about sort of how, you see potentially maybe some of the pieces being used in different ways. And we'll just maybe take a minute on that right now, and then we'll probably wrap up here.
Okay, so one of the other themes in the whole series is the idea of kinetic and agility. So, flexibility is being able to move things around, but it's also allowing people to use different postures. So we go from lounge to stand in a moment. So you can really choose how you're interacting with each other and the mood you need. So quite a lot of the work has some sort of kinetic element, so adjustability, even in a very simple way, like a small adjusting table. Other things, we're just promoting different postures within the sort of scope of the collection. So that's that element of it was in terms of ergonomics. It doesn't look like an ergonomic collection, but there's a sort of embedded understanding of the way people want to move and the way people want to interact in a space. And it's always like this idea that the next posture is always the best one, because you want to, you're promoted to keep moving in a space, keep your blood flowing, keep energized. And that's a really central part of this collection.
Thank you so much, Luke and Tom. It's been fantastic talking to you about this collection that's so perfectly made for our time today. It is sustainable. It supports wellness. It supports, expression. It supports people coming together. And that's exactly what we needed in this moment of time in our workplaces. Thank you so much, Luke and Tom, for bringing this into the world. And I hope to see you again soon. Thank you.
It was a great pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm really honored to be here to talk about how we make our buildings healthier and look at some of the challenges and the opportunities that are before us. And I think in order to understand both the challenges and opportunities, it's important to understand and get a perspective on the scale of chemical use in our building materials. Until 2004, for example, the #1 use of arsenic was in pressure-treated wood in our buildings. Today, and I want people to kind of keep this in mind as I speak, the building industry is the #2 use of plastics behind packaging. And more than 50% of formaldehyde in the world is actually used in building products. So you get a sense of the scale of the problem that these present, but also of the impact that we can have when we make progress. I'm going to pick up today where Ed Mazria and the excellent panel yesterday left off, talking about the connection between embodied carbon and material health. We usually focus on occupant health, and we're making great progress actually in reducing exposure to VOCs in our built environment, protecting our occupants from those chemicals. We're not there yet. We have a ways to go. We have other chemicals besides VOCs to address, but I think we kind of understand how that works to a great extent. But I wanted to kind of step back and look at where does material health intersect with the dominant issue we're concerned about today around climate change and bending that curve on CO2 emissions within the time frame we have to meet our climate protection goals. As Ed pointed out yesterday, and I took the screenshot from the presentation, I hope you won't mind, there are 3 material sectors in the building industry that account for over 20% of the building industry's material CO2 emissions, and that's concrete, steel, and aluminum. I want to use the same data when you dive deeper into the study, because you wonder, where does that leave us with interior finishes, for example? What difference does it make in terms of climate and human health in the material finishes we choose for our buildings? So this is a continuation of the same analysis that Ed calls upon, the future of petrochemicals by the International Energy Agency. And you see the red dots in this chart are basically representing the data that Ed presented. Cement, iron, and steel, those are the 2 highest sources of direct CO2 emissions by industrial sector, followed by the 3rd red dot, which is chemicals. And the study makes clear that when they talk about petrochemicals in this analysis, this is driven by plastic demand, because plastic is, of course, made from hydrocarbons. The blue bars are a very interesting analysis as well. This is what they call final energy demand, and that is the draw on fossil fuels, not just the CO2 emissions, but the total draw and use of fossil fuels that will eventually become CO2 emissions over the life cycle of the product. And here you see chemicals and plastics is the #1 source of final energy demand for fossil fuels. And that's understandable because the plastics and the chemicals themselves are basically oil and gas and coal in another form. So we see, if we think about it, not so much as comparing our flooring or wall covering or ceilings to concrete, steel, and glass, but thinking about the actual material, the polymers and the petrochemicals in our interior finishes, this is a significant sector for us to contribute to reduce carbon, and it coincides with healthier products. Because according to industry estimates, and this might sound incredible to you, but really nobody disputes this, the largest driver of oil and gas demand by 2050 is not going to be energy any longer as we transition to greener energy sources. It's going to be plastics driving all petrochemical production. And in fact, virgin plastic production is projected to grow between now and 2050 at an exponential rate, such that we'll produce more plastics between now and then than we've produced in the history of the world today. And you let that sink in with all of the problems associated with our plastic consumption, where we are completely on track, not only through projections, but industry investments, nearly $200 billion invested in the plastics infrastructure to make more plastics between now and 2050. And where this really intersects is around equity and environmental justice, because we would never specify, and we've been doing a great job of avoiding specifying, materials that off-gas toxic pollutants to the occupants in our built environment. However, the cheap plastic materials that we rely upon today, things like vinyl, luxury vinyl tiles, for example, they may not be off-gassing toxic chemicals to the environment to the extent that they used to, but they are releasing very toxic chemicals into the local environment of the facilities at which they're manufactured and to where they go after the useful life of the product. So the intersection of carbon and toxic chemicals really is around social equity and environmental justice. And addressing that is a top priority of our movement. And that's why carbon neutral is not enough. It's really the kind of the marketing angle of the day. And many people are lured into thinking that buying a carbon neutral product is the best they can do for the environment. But it's simply not true. As this ad shows you from Shell Chemicals, they'll sell you carbon neutral oil. And that's because when you read the fine print, carbon neutrality is often achieved through what's called offsets, which is purchasing clean energy credits, planting trees in South America, et cetera. What we need to do in order to achieve true healthy buildings and true equity is to focus on the industrial process changes that reduce our use of petrochemicals and reduce our production of virgin plastic. And that's where we see the convergence. By reducing our use of virgin materials, our use of chemicals and plastic, the carbon and toxics goals that we share converge in promoting environmental justice and equity for everyone. So before I turn to some of the most important things I think we can all do right now to achieve these goals, I just want to show you what some of the impacts we've had together, working together over the past 10 years that are pretty significant, in addition to providing healthier built environments for our building occupants. I mentioned the use of formaldehyde in building products. 50% of the world's formaldehyde used in building products. Formaldehyde is a known human carcinogen. And we're seeing dramatic reductions in the built environment of formaldehyde off-gassing because we've reduced the inputs of formaldehyde into many building products. And as a result of reducing those chemical inputs, we see tremendous reductions of formaldehyde released into the local community. This chart shows dramatic reductions in the release from particle board manufacturing facilities beginning in approximately 2004, 2005. This chart shows dramatic reductions in the formaldehyde releases from residential fiberglass insulation factories in North America. And I don't have to explain this curve to you. What's significant is that today, the industry in North America has transitioned such that no fiberglass bat insulation is made using formaldehyde anymore. So we've seen a complete transformation in that industry away from a highly toxic chemical. And arsenic compounds. This has international implication because when arsenic compounds were phased out of use from most dimensions of pressure treated wood in 2004, we measured the impact by inputs because we were not mining arsenic in the United States. It was coming from China and Chile. So we see international environmental justice objectives achieved through reducing the use of these chemicals in our US building products. So we can have some great impacts when we work together. And I want to now focus on three key areas, I think, that we can collaborate on today in order to continue this trend. First, requiring health product declarations. The HPD is a standard format for reporting the contents of building materials and the associated health hazards. Now, I know HPDs are not that useful to the average architect, designer, or specifier. They're very complex documents, and that's okay. Not expecting you to use them in your daily work, but they serve two functions. Just requiring an HPD has two huge impacts. First, before a manufacturer fills out an HPD, they look at their manufacturing process and they want to put their best foot forward. And we have seen time and time again that before disclosing the product contents, manufacturers make process improvements, reduce their use of toxic chemicals and therefore their emissions that will happen in the built environment and surrounding communities. So simply requiring an HPD is one of the greatest incentives you can provide for a manufacturer to review their process and improve it. Secondly, even though the data are complex and technical and not that useful perhaps to most architects and designers on a daily basis, they're very useful to groups like our organization in helping analyze the field, set strategic objectives, and identify where we have opportunities, such as in the use of formaldehyde in particle board and insulation, to truly transform a whole industry and target all the great work that you do as designers and specifiers into this kind of collective action. So we've seen great progress in the past 10 years. There's over 8,400 HPDs now published, publicly available. It represents 20,000 building product SKUs, over 650 manufacturers participating, and a growth curve of 200 new HPDs published every month. This is a great accomplishment for the industry. One of the top things I think that you can do to keep the trend moving forward because it triggers a whole cascade of improvements in our building products. Second thing is I call Tim Conway. Some of you might know Tim. He's a VP of Sustainability in the global clients for Shaw Industries. And I bring Tim up as a stalking horse for extended producer responsibility or take back programs. Tim once told me that on the back of every Shaw carpet tile they sell is an 800 number that you can call to send it back to Shaw. And he had that number forwarded to his own mobile phone and found that it never rings. And that's a real shortcoming of our industry because take-back programs, having the manufacturer actually reprocess their products is the single most effective type of recycling strategy that we can employ. And virtually all of the major flooring companies offer some sort of program. I put up the websites for Tarkett, Interface, and Shaw here. So in your practice, to the maximum extent you can, take advantage of these take-back programs. It's the best way to reduce virgin materials use and spur recycling at an industry-wide level. And finally, using third-party product evaluations. There are a number of good ones out there. Cradle-to-cradle certification is a valuable and reliable system. The Red List from International Living Future Institute is a great tool to use. The credits in LEED and WELL and Enterprise Green Communities standards point you in the direction of various product evaluations. I'm going to talk for a minute about what we do at the Healthy Building Network. If you go to the website listed below, you can find this data freely available. We create what we call hazard spectrums that are red to green ranking of materials in a specific product category. In this case here on the left of the screen, it's insulation. We're not evaluating specific products, but pointing you to the type of material that is healthier. And the important thing about the work that we do behind these evaluations is we always evaluate data from product manufacturing and chemical production. We do not consider product green if it's not as green as it can be throughout the product life cycle, taking into account the environmental health and justice implications along the supply chain. And I'll close by just giving you an illustration here of how this aligns with carbon and why by reducing virgin materials like plastic usage, we can have less toxic, less carbon emissions, and greater equity. On the left, you see the hazard spectrum that we've done for insulation. And at the top, you see things like cork and fiberglass, which have the least toxic environmental impacts. And on the bottom, you get to the plastics, the polystyrene, and the spray foam insulation. On the right, this is a chart that was developed by Chris Magwood. I believe it's published by Architecture 2030, in which they look at the carbon impacts of various insulation products and rate it from carbon emitting to carbon absorbing. And you see the alignment here. The least toxic are also the carbon absorbing, most preferred from both spectrums. And the carbon emitting and most toxics are also very well aligned. So this is just one illustration. And it makes, if you think about it, really makes sense. If you use less petrochemicals inputs, you are going to both reduce toxicity and reduce carbon. And that's the lesson I'd like to, message I'd like to leave with you today. And I thank you for giving me this opportunity to kick off the discussion. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. That was Bill Walsh from the Healthy Building Network telling you why the way you specify things makes a difference to the world. It makes a difference to the climate and it makes a difference to people. Up next, we have Linak. I'm so glad to have with me Peter Brondum, who is the Senior R&D Project Manager at Linak. Peter, such a pleasure to have you with us today. Kim Moran, who is the A&D Business Development Manager, was going to join us, but has had some technical difficulties. So if Kim is able to join us at some point in the conversation, she will. Peter, thank you so much. Peter, tell us a little bit about who Linak is. Who are you as a company, and what kind of products do you make?
Yeah, Linak is a Danish-based company with a headquarter in Denmark. We have the production facilities, 4 places in the world. We have a production facility in Slovakia, we have in China, we have in Thailand, and we have here in the US where I'm located. We also have subsidiaries. We are global. We have a global presence. We have a sales subsidiary in 20 different countries, and with a global presence. We are the world's leading manufacturer of linear actuators, and linear actuators is used in a big variety of industries like healthcare industry, hospital beds, care beds, patient hoist, used in industrial equipment, ventilation system and such. But it's also used, where we have the biggest interest right now. It is in desk line, what we call the desk line division in office furnitures and stuff like that. That's used for height adjustable disc and work discs and so on. I am a project manager at Linak US, and today I'm going to talk about a new product we just have developed. You may find interesting, and I hope you'll find interesting to use in one of your new designs here. If you look at most working desks today, including my own, then you'll see it is a big mess of chargers and adapters and cables and so on. And Linak, as a manufacturer of height adjustable system, is guilty of that mess because we have a control box and it needs power. It's connected to AC power. And from that control box, you're running some low voltage cable out to each motor. And again, we don't have to forget also the up-down switch needs to be connected to it also. And all that is taking power, and it all requiring cables that's running back and forth. So for good reason, that's why our desk line customer, they are constantly requesting us to help them reduce the clutter on a disk, the cable clutter that you see on a disk and underneath a disk. So what we're doing for that, if you take a look at a normal disk, it is, we look at what we can do and how we can reduce some of that clutter and eventually get rid of it totally. So we found out that if you look at a disk, a lot of that clutter is coming from power cords, from adapters and other devices. Our system is normally factory installed, so you will see our control box and cables, they are screwed up underneath the disk, and the cable, they are managed very well. They are still there, but they are not visible as many other devices, because when you go to your work disk, you have your charger for your smartphone, you have adapters for monitors, you have adapters for your computer, your headphones, your earplugs, maybe you have a fan or LED lighting, and you name it. And all these devices there, they are connected to an AC outlet, either via plug-in directly, or you have a power cord that is going to it. But another common thing is many of those devices, or the majority of these devices, they are all connected via USB-C. Either the traditional and old-fashioned USB-C A output, but also the newer USB-C output. And USB-C is a unifying standard that has become common among all IT devices. So you will see Apple, Google, Chromebook, you name it, they are all powered and connected via USB-C interfaces right now. So what we have done is we looked at it, how can we get rid of all these adapters? And then we looked at our control box. You have a high-powered control box that is used for the height adjustable system. And that control box contains a 200-watt power supply, and it's connected to the AC, but it's sitting idle essentially 99% of the time. You activate your switch when you move the disk up and down, and then it power down, and then it's just sitting idle there. And so why not use that and tap into that power and get rid of all these power adapters and various electronics that is used to power these devices. So what we did, we took one of we developed a new outlet. We developed a new USB-C charger, which I'm showing here, and you had a picture of before. And that is, it looks like a normal device, a USB-C charger. So just as a glancing at it, you'll see it as a norm with 3 outputs. But if you take a closer look at it, look around, there's no power cable. There's no AC power cable. There's no pins to connect and plug it into an AC outlet. So what we have done is we are tapping into the power. We have that power supply that is from the control box. So we are tapping into that low voltage DC power that is generated from that control box. And then we are feeding this into the USB-C circuitry in this device here. And then from there on, it is a standard USB-C charger. So you can essentially say goodbye to all these adapters, say goodbye to all these power strips and adapters you have on your disk, and power all your devices from this unit here.
I know, Peter, before you go on, I mean, of course, having something that powers DC to DC is also more efficient. So that's fantastic. I do have a question about another question about desk to device, but really quickly, can we talk about sort of also the earthy neutrals palette that you have developed for sit-stand desks? Because I think these two products together, the palette and the device, are really changing and making sit-stand desks more useful to us and feel like more a better aesthetic choice in office spaces.
Yeah, of course, this device here, it's part of a disk, and this is designed, so you can have it. Either you can put it under your tabletop, but we have also mounts, so you can put it on the tabletop, and it is possible to get it in a different color. Now I'm just showing a white unit, but it is possible to change the color of the plastic so it's fitting into the design. And the same with the legs, with the legs for our height adjustable disk. We are looking into, providing some of our legs in a different, in a color palette, so it can fit into your design with, nicer color, that is fitting into the color scheme of the office in general.
Wonderful. Well, this has been incredible. I think, we see sit-stand desks usually as a very utilitarian kind of addition to the office, or most of us are used to it now. But, at the same time, it feels like a piece of machinery. And a big part of that, as you said, is the clutters, all the cables and the chargers and all the things. I mean, currently I have 4 different devices charging at the same time, right? I'm sure that's true of everyone who's on with us today. But the desk to device USB charger is such a fantastic sort of solution to that, and a way of enlivening our sit-stand desks. So just a little bit, just improving them one more step, right? Creating a better experience in the workplace. Thank you so much, Peter, for spending time with us today. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. And thanks everyone for tuning in to Product Live today. We're going to continue in just a few seconds with some more amazing new products. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next guest today is Dorothy Kosonis, Creative Director of Noel Textiles. Dorothy, it's such a pleasure to have you on today. Welcome.
Thanks, Avi, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to show everyone what's coming out in Noel Textiles in late July. This is a preview, and it's called the Montage Collection. You know, just like the film term, this is a joining together of new and continuous designs to form a fresh, what I like to call a continuous expression. And it's a multidiscipline collection that includes drapery, wall covering, and finally upholstery, which I'll speak about today. And what's really important about this collection is that it's about surface interest, depth, dimension, texture, color, pattern, tactility. All of these things come together nicely with these designs.
Absolutely. The Montage Collection, I know, has a couple of textiles in it where, as you said, you've brought them up to date. You've brought new color into them. Tell us a little bit about how you work with color, how you work with development, and those two updated textiles.
Well, you know, for us, like many textile houses, color really evolves with time and taste. And the mills we work with are partners where we're able to sort of control our color direction and fine tune our existing palettes to satisfy not only an existing product, obviously, but the overall color aesthetic for the line. So, you know, these color choices are made after very careful studies of nature, art, current fashion, and input, of course, from our sales field. And now as we move out of COVID, we're again able to see sort of fresh trends on the street, if you would. So what you're seeing here on this slide is the various yarns that I use with my team to create a very specific color direction for the product that you see there in the middle called Looped In, which is what I would consider what will be a classic texture for the line, which is a really soft hand with these beautiful underlying color tones. And what's really great about this particular collection, the Montage Collection, is that each individual fabric speaks to each other through the language of color, and it creates sort of this common idea. And what's also challenging, which I like to do, is we worked with 7 different mills to create these 7 products to really sort of create this unified point of view.
I'd love to talk about the new textile that's part of this collection, and I know it has a pretty exciting story behind it.
Shadow play. Yeah, that is, I have to say that sustainability is sort of a true ongoing effort in our commitment to the environment. And about 2.5 years ago, we established at Noel Textiles our own designation called Green Plus Approved, which means the product has either 50% or more recycled content or 75 plus or more natural material. In addition, all of these products are Intertech Clean Air certified. So this is sort of, we're doing this not only to create better ideas, but also is a quick and easy way for us to point out to designers sustainable offerings in our line. So the new product is called Shadow Play, and it's a matelassé upholstery. And what's great about it, it's environmentally friendly with 100% post-consumer recycled biodegradable polyester content. It's also highly durable, bleach cleanable. It's really a nice addition to our line, really well priced. And its 10 colorways, which you see here, range from neutrals to midtones to soft, clean, sort of fresco-like colors. I was just going to say the other product that you see here on the screen is called North Island, and it's actually been a classic in our line since 2008. I mentioned earlier we're doing new and existing products for this collection. We've added 5 new colors to now total 12 colorways in the line, and it's a really beautiful, luxurious and refined texture. The new colorways infuse a range of warm and cool grays and inky blue, a deep, deep saturated green. And what I love about this product, it's 98% wool content makes North Island inherently sustainable, renewable, and biodegradable again. So what's great about Shadow Play and North Island, both of these products do not have any additional finishes either. So, they're a wonderful sort of evolution of product within our line.
I absolutely love that. So, Dorothy, tell us a little bit about sort of how you see this collection being used, how can designers sort of use parts and pieces of this collection in various kinds of interior projects?
What's always been my philosophy at Knoll Textiles, and I've been at the company now 16 years, which is hard for me to believe, but we design beauty, aesthetics first, of course, performance, but it's really design for all, meaning that we put the design of the aesthetic, the palettes first, and then we work with the chosen mill to make sure that it feels right for a large audience. But overall, it's sort of a philosophy of, the ad is that it's highly durable or bleach cleanable, but we tend to really focus on our mills that can provide us something that feels right.
Right, exactly. And, and that's why, you've been able to go back to some of your, really successful textiles and kind of update them for what you understand that the market needs now, which is fantastic. I'd love to return to Arezzo and Chiseled here and, talk to us a little bit about, how those textiles are produced, because I know there's a really interesting story there as well.
Yeah, as we like to say as designers, we love all our children, but Arezzo has a special place in my heart. I was inspired by a dress by the late Alexander McQueen, and Arezzo is a true result of man and machine. It's a velvet ground that is bunched up by hand with high and low peaks before it running under high pressure jets, which that video will show. And these randomly spray the pre-selected color inks, which I love. And then the end result is something that's truly both random and beautiful, where no two yards are exactly alike. And we first launched this in 2004. We added 3 colors to the original palette of 4. So it's now an inviting mineral tone, a beautiful alluring emerald with turquoise combination, and then finally a classic blue into violet tone. So all sort of fresh take on the colorways to sort of address today's current trends in color.
Absolutely. And talk to us a little bit about how Chiseled is produced, because that's kind of a really interesting blend between this, man-made and machine-made as well.
Yeah, Chiseled was actually introduced in 2018. It was immediately a very popular product and was inspired by the imperfection of architectural textures in northern Italy when we would go there a lot on business trips. So we would observe all of this and sort of take it all in. And this upholstery embraces, again, the sort of the deconstruction of something old in order to create something new and timeless. So we worked with an Italian mill known for its old world techniques, and it employs true artisans to create highly specialized, what you're seeing here, screen printed velvet upholsteries. And then what you see on the left is they mix metallic and non-metallic pigments that are mixed together to create our desired color palette. So it's all custom done by hand. And this produces sort of a high-low sheen throughout the pattern itself. And we've added 3 new colors, a green, a lilac, and a smoky, rich earth tone to round out the 5 existing colorways.
I just love how diverse this montage collection is. I know you have one last piece of news for us, Dorothy. Do you want to tell us about your pillow?
Yeah, thank you, Avi. So since our founding, the concept of modern has constantly evolved, and our new pillow program actually allows us to clearly express this in many forms that modern can take. The launch is today, this Thursday, June 24th, and it represents phase 1, hopefully, of Pillows for Knoll Textiles. And this introduction includes 16 varied fabrics offered in 56 colorways. There are 3 different pillow size options. Our goal is, again, to create color, texture, and patterns that together speak to a wide audience of corporate hospitality and residential clients. The average price is great. It's only $150 to $160 per pillow. This is an in-stock program with 1 to 3 days shipping from order confirmation, and is available through the Knoll Textile sales team, online, in-home design shops, and Knoll dealers. And really our intention is to build this program with new introductions over time. So we're super excited about this launching today, Thursday, June 24th.
Thanks so much, Dorothy. Thank you for talking to us about Arezzo, Chisel, Shadow Play, and North Island, the fantastic textiles in the Montage collection, as well as a very exciting pillow program. Thank you, Dorothy. This is
Thank you, Avi.
Pleasure.
Thanks so much.
Hi, everyone. Our next guest today is going to be from Meko. We have with us Atwill Hutchins, who's the VP at Meko and leads a team there that uses algorithms to control roller shades so that we can control the amount of light and heat entering the spaces we occupy for us to be most comfortable, both in terms of, the lighting, the visual impact, as well as thermal comfort. Atwill, such a pleasure to have you with me today.
Nice to see you, Ab.
So Atul, tell us a little bit more about Meko. I mean, obviously we know that you guys do something with roller shades. Tell us a little bit about the company and sort of the range of solutions that you have.
Sure. So basically, we're industrial designers of architectural roller shading systems. And we have been in business for over 50 years now. We're often thought of as innovators and manufacturers of very durable products. Typically, we go to market through a network of Meko dealers worldwide. There are occasions when we partnered with our dealers to do a larger project.
Atwill, I know you're here to talk to us about M7, which is an exciting new system from Meko. Can you introduce us to the system?
Sure. I think as a result of our reputation, we're often invited by the A&D community to take a look at their schematic design intentions for new projects. And what we noticed was that glass was getting bigger. So consequently, we get bigger also. And basically, if you're going to try and do larger shades, then you need a hardware system that's capable of lifting and lowering. Called Meko 5X. We amplified some of its features, added some new ones, and introduced Meko 7 fairly recently.
That's right. So, the larger the span, the more the roller system has to work to, pull up or pull down the shades. So tell us, how you see this this system being applied, or rather, maybe, what designers need to know in order to consider whether the system is a good fit for their project or not.
Yeah. So I think really one of the most important things to realize about Meko 7 is that it's very easy to take a manually operated shade in Meko 7 and motorize it. So my team is very good at making business cases on why people should motorize and automate their shades. We can take the cost of that and we can shift it from capital cost of construction to an operating expense. But sometimes you get in a project and there's just no budget for motorization. So what Meko 7 does, I think that's typically called value engineering. What Meko 7 does is basically let us come back later and very easily pop a motor in the shade tube and connect that motor to a digital control network called MekoNet and run forward from there. So it preserves an opportunity to motorize the shade as money becomes more available or in another budget cycle. It may also pop up when you're renegotiating a lease and you just tell the landlord, love to stay, but I want to motorize my shades. Can you help me do that? Meko 7 allows that.
Right, and that's awesome because you're taking something that's a cost in the project and you're able to kind of phase it out, right? So you can eventually get to that amazing completely automated system where your shades can really respond to the environment, but until such time you still have this amazing functionality of Meko 7. Tell us a little bit more about sort of the parts of the system and how is it an evolution? I know you spoke a little bit about that with Meko 5, but how is it an evolution of the past systems that Meko has offered? What are some of the things that put it over the edge?
I think we're having some internet problems here. Could you repeat some of that question?
I was asking how Meko 7 is an evolution of some of the features in your past systems. How does it represent sort of the next level in shading systems?
Yeah, so basically Meko 5X was a product that allowed us to raise relatively large shades with very little pull chain effort. Meko 7 is that, but it's a lot more because we can literally put the motor in the tube and there's really no adaptation. There's no cutting down of anything. Just goes right in the tube with a kit, and it's motorized and controlled from there. I think if we think about MECO 7 staying manually operated, we have a subset of pull force algorithms that make it very easy to sort of homogenize the effort it takes to lift different size shades in the same space. So a very large shade and a relatively small shade, basically take the same effort because the algorithms kind of level all that out.
Wow, that's really cool. I mean, who would have thought that there's so much thinking behind, the amount of effort it takes to pull up a manual shade? That's fantastic, because of course, a shade that's 30 feet wide is going to take a lot, would normally have taken a lot more effort to pull up. Tell us about what kinds of spaces you see MECO 7 going into. What projects should designers be considering the system for?
Well, I would say all verticals, really. I think before many of us were working from home, a lot of our design intentions were informed by hospitality. I mean, hospitality was informing healthcare, resi, and to some extent, the office. So regardless of the programmatic use of space, there's still this need for daylight to be controlled in order to create thermal and visual comfort. It's really not daylight harvesting at all. We have a lot more daylight than typically we need at a task surface. So the automation of shading, more or less controls that and homogenizes our scene and respects the contrast ratio specified by a lighting designer.
Yeah, of course. And
so I think every type of project would benefit from this product.
Absolutely. And, especially as we become more reliant on screens, we need that regulation of sunlight in order to be able to use our screen-based products, our devices properly as well. Apple, to round this off here, can you talk about how this collection sort of addresses this new sensitivity we have now to healthier and more sustainable spaces?
Sure. I think for MECO, it's not a new concern. We began working with McDonough-Brongard Design Chemistry over a decade ago. They helped us develop and introduce the first PVC-free roller shade fabric, which was called EcoVeil, still is available. We have new additions of that fabric as well. But through that effort or that conversation with McDonough-Brongard, we more or less tried to adapt that philosophy into all of our manufacturing. So if you just focus on the M7 bracket, you can literally take it completely apart, recycle each piece. In the kind of unusual event that it requires a repair, it's very easy to do that if necessary. But it's very respectful of the origin and the continuous cycle of use of the materials.
Absolutely. It's awesome to hear that. I mean, just a few minutes ago, we heard from Bill Walsh from the Healthy Building Network talking about how important it is to pay attention to the materials, but also the end of life of the products that we put into our projects. And so, hearing about a shade system, and as you've said, it being easy to disassemble, easy to repair, that's absolutely fantastic. Is there anything else about MECO 7, Apple, that you'd like to, just wrap us up with at the end of today's discussion?
Yeah, I think it's important also when people have a chance, we're not going to cover it today, but really look at our fabric program and how that's evolved over time. It's really the fabric that creates the effect. The hardware is just discreetly positioning the fabric so it does that. But take a look at a product called EcoVeil Sheer, which is a newer generation of EcoVeil that has been available for a year or two. A very cool product.
Thank you so much, Apple. Such a pleasure having you on today. And it was so exciting to hear about this magical M7 product. Just wonderful. Thank you so much.
You too. Thanks for the opportunity.
Hi, everyone. Our next guest today is Steve Udolph, who's the National Sales Manager at Certainteed Architectural. Steve, such a pleasure to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on. It's great to be here.
Steve, give us an introduction to Certainteed Architectural. What is the range of products that you deal with?
So Certainteed Architectural is a ceiling company and wall, but mainly a ceiling company. So we have a bunch of different products. We have some grid and tile, just your standard lay-in grid and tile. We have then a whole breadth of specialty products. So specialty metal products, specialty wood products, and then specialty fiberglass products, which is our acoustics company that everybody knows.
Wonderful. Here we have up an image of the product that you're going to talk to us about today, which is the Heartfelt Nuvola collection.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that product and why it was introduced by Certainteed.
So Nuvola is it's basically a variation of our standard Heartfelt product, and there's some really neat stuff with Nuvola. So Nuvola it combines the linear visuals of just our standard Heartfelt and the kind of the warmth of the felt in a pre-designed kit. And really what they are clouds, right? And so these clouds help add acoustics to spaces while still keeping that open plenum look that's so popular right now. They're very highly absorbent acoustically. So they get an NRC up to 70, which of course is really good acoustics. But what's really neat about the Nuvola is whereas your metal and your wood absorb sound really, really well in the low end of the spectrum, but tail off in the high end of the spectrum. So your louder pitch voices. Nuvola is the complete opposite. It has really, really good sound absorption in the high end of the spectrum. So it's got a little bit of different type of acoustics than your standard panels would.
That's wonderful. And thanks so much for finding that out, right? Different materials can help you deal with different frequencies of sound. That's why any fully conceived acoustic solution needs to have many different elements in it. And Nuvola is perfect for that because it's this cloud. And I see the beautiful integration with lighting throughout. So tell us a little bit about how an interior designer would work with Nuvola on their project. How do you plan for it? Is it customizable? Sort of how do you design with it?
All right, so Nuvola is not customizable. Nuvola, what's really neat about Nuvola is that it's a kit of parts, and so we have I think 24 different kits, and those kits are different cloud sizes, different shapes, and they have different types of configurations, and so it makes it very easy to design with because it's very standard from that standpoint.
Right. And how should designers plan for sort of the acoustic performance of Nuvola, as you were saying? Is that information available with the kit as well?
Of course it is, and it's very basic from an NRC standpoint of 70. But obviously, the more material you put into a space, the more chance you have to absorb some of that bouncing sound that's echoing throughout the space. So it always depends on the configuration of the space and what you can and can't put into that space. We've seen some really neat designs where you have clouds on top of clouds, and where you really can hang and add some really neat design to it. But also, it's fairly simplified because you have that pre-made kit of parts.
Would you say Nuvola is maybe more easy to implement than some, larger or like more complex acoustic systems for the same effect?
Absolutely, because again, anytime that you have the ability to design and really work your design with something that's fairly standard that can be easily installed, but also easily drawn and easily designed into the space, it makes it a lot easier for that designer to be able to add more to the space, but also to take those custom or take those standard configurations and customize them within the space, depending on how they're hung. We've seen a lot of different installations from anywhere from, like I said, tiered installations to simple clouds above cubicles in offices.
Yeah, and as we were saying earlier, I think the lighting integration in some of these is really interesting as well. How do designers work around that?
Well, specifically since this comes as a kit of parts, you would work two ways. You could easily integrate lighting throughout the cloud formations by hanging it through the cloud. So some really nice pendant lights or some independently hung can lights could easily hang through. But you also could hang longer linear lights by just simply removing some of the panels and putting those lighting putting them right into it. Very easy.
Oh, that's such a smart idea. So tell us, what kinds of spaces are you seeing Nuvola being used in now?
All right, so we find Nuvola being used anywhere from lobby entrances to simple offices where you need to control sound over individual cubicles, because those obviously we all have different work configurations now, but the open work configuration has become very popular, and so you got to control the sound within that space, and Nuvola does a really good job of that. Not just that, but Nuvola, it's got a very standard pricing structure to it, so it's very easy to tell what you're putting into your space and what your costs are going to be by doing that.
Is it also easy to retrofit a space with Nuvola?
It'd be really very easy to retrofit a space as long as you can get up to some type of the structure, which again, we see a lot of this open plenum. You can absolutely suspend from that directly down into the Nuvola, and the Nuvola itself, the Nuvola itself hangs very easily. So from just standard hanger wire to, so you can do actual we have our own suspension or easy hanger wire.
Yeah, I mean, we know a lot of post-pandemic, projects that were in the works before the pandemic, suddenly now they want to put in a lot more shared space, a lot more collaborative space, but do it open so that there's air circulation. And I can see how Nuvola would be a fantastic sort of retrofit choice over there as well. We're talking about health, of course. I just brought up the pandemic. Tell us a little bit about the sustainability sort of credentials that Nuvola has. How does it support well-being?
So Nuvola is a cradle-to-cradle product, and it's got a Green Guard Gold certification. So it also won the Red Dot Award in Europe in 2017. But it's very sustainable. It's our first cradle-to-cradle product, so that we have ever come out with. And what's really neat too about it, I'll add on to it, is the different colors that you can get it in. So we've got 10 different colors, 5 sets of gray, 5 sets of earth tones, but they all have the same exact sustainability characteristics.
That's wonderful. What a versatile solution for a real need in office spaces today for acoustics. And of course, that you're doing it responsibly with that Green Guard certification and the Cradle to Cradle certification and the colors that are available. Easy to use, kit of parts, easy to put lighting into. Sounds like a dream. Thank you so much, Steve, for talking to us about Nuvola today.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
We're going to continue today's Product Live event with an exciting new segment now, which is about how you can specify better. So all the amazing information you're receiving today, let's find out what are the ways in which we can really be intentional about how we specify and what products we choose to put into our projects. If you're joining us right now, welcome to Product Live. It's an exciting day when we're talking about new product releases throughout the day. And this segment, we're going to talk just a little bit more about how you can specify better. We have with us a fantastic guest to help us talk through that. Our guest today is Simona Fischer, who is an architect and an associate at MSR Design. Simona, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
The reason we have Simona here with us today is because MSR Design has delved really deep into how we can specify products and materials better in order to have a positive impact on the planet as well as on people. And as part of that effort, we've created this great resource called the Sustainable and Healthy Materials Action Packet, which we're going to hear a little bit more about from Simona. And it is a resource that is available to all of you in the industry. So we're also going to find out how you can access it and use it in your work. Simona, tell us about why MSR Design developed this action packet.
Yeah, so the packet came about as we were moving offices and we were figuring out how we would rebuild our product library. And we realized that even though we had been building up staff knowledge around sustainable and healthy materials, it wasn't quite the same thing as having a clear set of criteria for what came into the library, and thus what would get used on our projects. So we realized that we also needed to take ownership and define for ourselves our materials goals, and that meant some products wouldn't make the cut. And it's what led to the development of our material library entry criteria, which is the document at the heart of the packet.
That's wonderful, Sumana. You know, designers deal with so much information already when it comes to product selection. There's so much information coming at them from manufacturers. There's so many databases you can go to. And often the rules are different for different product categories. And so when you have to specify with sustainability in mind or wellness in mind or any of these, criteria, it can be very hard to figure out what the starting point is. And the packet is an amazing tool to help everybody in the industry do that. The packet has several different parts. Would you mind talking about them briefly?
Sure. So as of this interview, the packet contains 3 parts: the library entry criteria and also a donation guide for upcycling certain kinds of samples. And I think most of the packet that you're referring to is the staff onboarding guide. So that guide is really just a compilation of a ton of resources that we use in the office. It's kind of a cross between a curriculum and a practice manual. So the 100 level is the material that every person in the firm should know, including principals and leadership. It's just really interesting information explained in a way that you can even share with your clients. Whereas the 200 and 300 level are more in-depth practice information like product databases and some of the best resources that we've found for actually specifying products. And then in a forthcoming version of our packet to be released, we're also going to have a more developed section on giving guidance to manufacturers who are seeking transparency for their products.
That's absolutely wonderful. This is what we need. We need, different levels of information. And thank you so much for doing that. I love that idea of a 100 level, that everybody should know about, including clients, and then a 200 and 300 level for folks who want to get deeper into, whether X amount of recycled content is okay in a chair or Y amount of recycled content is okay. What does an EPD mean or what does an HPD mean? These are essential things that we all need to know now if we're going to specify products for a better future for us all. Let's go back to the piece that you were talking about earlier, which is the materials library entry criteria, which was, kind of one of the onuses of this whole project. So we heard about the staff onboarding guidelines. Tell us about those library entry criteria. How is MSR using them to figure out how to even organize or utilize your own materials library?
Yeah, good question. It's a deceptively simple document that was really important in organizing ourselves around a set of principles and organizing the materials that we want to elevate in our projects versus some chemistry and impacts that we really want to avoid. So more than anything, it's a communication tool for talking with product reps. Our rep relationships are really important to us. So we wanted to make sure that we're being transparent about the criteria we're using to select products so they would have a clear message to bring back to their companies and really be a tool for starting a dialogue.
Right. I love that you said that. In our industry, it's a human-to-human relationship all the time. And, designers and product representatives, manufacturers representatives have a really important relationship. So tell me a little bit about sort of those guidelines or criteria for how a product that a product needs to meet to enter your materials library. And also, I know that you have an internal sort of demarcation of products that meet different criteria. So if you want to talk just briefly about that, that would be great.
Yeah. So basically, we have a set of chemistry that I should start over. The first set of criteria is that we are looking for transparency documentation. We're looking for either a declare label or a health product declaration or some form of disclosure that tells us what is in the product. The next thing we're looking for is we are looking to avoid a certain set of chemicals. This is not something we made up. It's coming from the 6 classes of chemicals of concern. And we're just translating that expert knowledge into a way of filtering what comes in our doors. And as we are currently working on it right now, we're also developing our embodied carbon entry criteria, which will be all part of the same set of criteria. And then we've been working on different methods of stickering in our library to see if there are ways we can give credit for high-level certifications, third-party verification, and these types of things. But I would say that that is something we're still working on right now, that last level.
Right. Just as a set of resources, this action packet is just absolutely fantastic. And you've created it as a resource that others in the industry can use as well. So you have the materials library entry criteria, which tells people how MSR design is kind of screening products to come into its materials library and how you're kind of organizing them for use in different projects. You have the staff onboarding guidelines, which help, designers with various levels of knowledge kind of get on the same page in terms of what are some best practices for specifying. And then, of course, those future elements that you mentioned, which offer, more specific guidelines, as well as the resources for, how you can salvage, how you can look at reused materials. So taken as a set, really, this is the basic toolkit you need to specify sustainably and to specify for health and wellness. So absolutely fantastic resource. Simona, can you tell us what is the best way that others in the industry can access this? Because I know it was important for you to have this be open source and available as a resource to the industry.
Yeah, well, thanks very much for having me. Anyone can download the packet for free from our website at msrdesign.com on our generative impacts page. And that is the best way to get a hold of it.
It's awesome. So everybody take note of that, msrdesign.com, and you just navigate to generative impacts and you can download this packet. Use this packet as you're utilizing all the wonderful information you're getting today during our wonderful ProductLIVE event, because we have to learn to specify better. We have to build these better practices. So thank you so much, Simona and MSR, for doing the work and then for putting it out there for the industry to use. This is how we make change, folks. Thank you so much, Simona. It's been a pleasure to have you. And thanks, MSR, for all the wonderful work you do. Everybody, stay tuned for more exciting product updates today here at ProductLIVE. You are with us here today at ProductLIVE, and our session continues with Mike Blessinger from Indiana Furniture. Mike is the VP of Sales and Marketing at Indiana Furniture. It's such a pleasure to have you with us today.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine, Avi. It's great to see you again, and really grateful to have the opportunity to talk to you today.
Wonderful. Mike, tell us a little bit about Indiana Furniture. Introduce us to the company.
Well, Indiana Furniture, been around a long time. Years ago, we were known as Indiana Desk, and desks aren't the only thing you can sell if you want to survive in the industry these days. So several years ago, we changed our name to Indiana Furniture, and since then really have been trying to broaden our reach and what we can offer to our reps and our dealer partners, and of course the design community and the ultimate end user workspace.
And then your new collection, Iconic, that you're going to talk to us today, definitely represents that all-round approach that Indiana Furniture has now. Tell us a little bit about Iconic.
Well, Iconic really, as we were celebrating our 115th year a year or so ago, we were trying to figure out what do we do as a great wood case good manufacturer. We know that we have to do something different. So as we were looking at our history and being retrospective about that, and really what the needs are today and how we're going to fit in with the marketplace in the future, we just really started looking at some of our heritage and all those other factors. And the mid-century modern is classic designs, and then of course we needed to implement some of the newer stuff that's needed. So Iconic really was born from us wanting to go to the next step, but have iconic products. Like, we think of iconic figures like Marilyn Monroe and Audrey Hepburn and Elvis Presley, and that's great. And we believe me, we don't think we're going to be any of those things, not quite that iconic, but something that can capture generational people. I have a young son who loves Johnny Cash, and how is that happening? He's in his 20s and he's a Johnny Cash fan. But Iconic, really, what we're trying to do is appeal to people my age, maybe a little older, with the mid-century modern type design, but also have great elements that are timeless, that also fit today's workplace, and then what we're going to need for the future.
Right now we have 4 generations in the workforce here in the United States today. So a huge age range, and, different needs, different kind of, preferences and tastes. And it's really wonderful that, this collection sort of has, it's not just that it has something for everyone, but that it also appeals to it could appeal to such a broad range of generations in the office. Tell us about some of the elements in the collection, some of the things that solve some very specific needs here.
Yeah. So, the generational thing is important, but obviously, you want to appeal to all those folks. But the best thing to do for us, we felt like, was to make sure we were creating products that fit in a lot of applications in the office. And that's really some of the images that we're showing are trying to share that, where we can go from an open office plan, a subtle setting where there's open office, there's space division, there's meeting areas, and then there's the classic private office setting, either the classic, put the desk in the middle of the room and the big credenza behind you, or the more contemporary work wall. And really, I think we've really done a great job of pulling all these things together in a nice design concept that not only fits a lot of generational acceptance, but also then ties into every area of the office that we think this product can fit and look beautifully.
Right. Tell us about some of the different specs that are available in this collection, the colorways, the patterns, the sizes. It's such a versatile collection. Tell us all the options that are available, but also how designers can navigate those options.
Sure. Yeah. The first thing that we knew we had to do was basically have all the normal things you'd have in a case good offering. So we check all those boxes with table desks, double ped desks, single ped desks, and all those things. Then we move into more details, more design details, and how we achieve those. So all of our veneer colors, it's a veneer product. So all of those standard finishes that we have, we use a beautiful UV cured finish that really enhances the beauty of the wood. So all of our veneer options are there. And then there's laminate options that are also available for the work surfaces. And then also we've added a detail where the inside of a case or accent pieces can be used with these various laminate colors. Then we move into edge details, and we have, a straight edge, square edge, knife edge, and then also what we call the illusion edge, which is a new concept where it's wide at the outside and it narrows as it gets to the center and just sort of fades away and is a beautiful setting. And that allows us then to use a lot of different materials where we're actually wrapping the work surface in the material that looks like concrete, but it's not so heavy and it's more useful. And then that also takes away the need to have edge banding where you've created gaps and seams and things like that. So those edge details are all there. Then there's other finishes, what we call 3D laminates, where we're wrapping products around the work surfaces. And then there's some beautiful details, and we think we carry them throughout for modesty panel that you can put either a laminate color to match, the accent laminates in the cases, or an upholstered material or a veneer contrast. And then that can be carried out into drawer pull, hidden drawer pulls, behind doors, and then also into the modesty panel and other features that are throughout the thing. Just beautiful little details that are, we think, intricate, but also just is going to be a lot of fun to figure out how to use them. Even leather option on the modesty panel detail or the drawer pulls are just beautiful features we think we've been able to incorporate in this product.
There's just so many little thoughtful details, and I love that illusion edge there. Just wonderful, thoughtful little gestures that help make this collection really special. Are there any sort of new material options? You spoke about the leather, of course, or any new sort of manufacturing processes that you innovated for this collection that designers should know about?
Yeah, what we really tried to do was bring things that maybe we had access to, but use them in a way that wasn't normal, or at least not normal for Indiana Furniture. And we really wanted to stretch our capabilities. And we're really good at making things. We're a good manufacturer. We do a lot of those things right. So we stretched ourselves with these 3D laminates, the details of how do we get these incorporated into what typically is a drawer pull that goes on the face of a drawer. How do we do something different to really spice it up? So those were some factors, and really just figuring out how to blend all these things, because typically a leg coming off a top, it looks beautiful, but it's not always easy to support. So we've got to incorporate the craftsmanship and the quality and the durability that you need in contract office furniture into these delicate options. And we think, we've certainly done that through one of our capabilities that we had, and just our engineering strength and understanding about how these things have to hold up. So,
right. It's such an interesting story, this collection coming together with all of those details, some of these more innovative sort of aspects in terms of the manufacturing and materials. I know that, providing healthier or more sustainable solutions is also important to Indiana Furniture. And certainly, that's top of mind for a lot of designers and their clients today. How does this collection address that need as well?
Well, all of our products we take that into consideration every time we're developing products and working through that process. And, it becomes inherent once you start making it the normal. And our UV finish it's very durable, and it also meets the indoor air quality. All of our products meet indoor air quality sanctions. It's all BIFMA level certified. So, there's a lot of steps that get to those things. So, whenever you get those labels, you're doing the right things throughout your organization. And that's what we really try and do. There's certain little features that make it great that you can tie into, like the indoor air quality. But overall is really our goal, either in manufacturing so that we're doing the right things, getting rid of waste or reducing waste and all those factors. But then the manufacturing process. One thing I think gets overlooked a lot, though, is, the really good quality products have longer life cycles. If the product lasts longer, more durable, can be used by the customer a lot longer, then that's going to help the whole situation and sustainability. And that's one factor we take very seriously.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mike, for taking us through the iconic collection, taking us through all its different features, so many little thoughtful details, a really versatile collection. And as you said, in the end, a collection that's really good for the people who use the space as well as for the planet. Thank you so much, Mike. It's been a pleasure talking to you today.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Bye.
Okay, well, everyone, we're up next with Innovent. I have with me today Bruce Wells, who's the Director of Marketing Design for Innovent, to talk to us about a wonderful new solution for workplaces. Bruce, before we begin, tell us a little bit about Innovent. What distinguishes you as a company?
Sure, Avi. Yeah, Innovent is known predominantly in New York and Chicago. as a major player in the design and manufacture of workstations. We're considered a workstation specialist. We do a lot of business in the collaborative space world as well, and private office, but it's not something that I think people identify with Innovant. When people think of Innovant right now, they identify with us as being a manufacturer that can deliver a workstation solution, an intelligent workstation solution that's tailored to suit a brand. So we do a lot of headquarters projects, right? We do a lot of very large scale projects because I think of clients that appreciate us for the type of work that we do, specifically for like a brand statement in their headquarters. So that's what we're known for. And one of the reasons why we're bringing this new product out is to try and expand people's understanding of who we are and what we can do.
Right, exactly. I mean, you're known for creating those workstations that are really custom to a product to an organization's needs. And this really extends that idea. Tell us a little bit about this new collection, Wall.
Sure. Yeah. So our customers expect us to participate and fight for the business in the private office and the collaborative space for their projects as well. I mean, I know they love our workstations, but they've always expected us to sort of push and strive towards delivering products for this category. And I don't think we've done that until now. Like, we really wanted to establish an identity for us when it came to private office and collaboration spaces. We wanted something that could make people identify something that they see as being specifically Innovant, and then elevate us into a different sort of stratosphere against different manufacturers for this world. So we needed some outside help for that. We really wanted to get a professional eye on this, and we do a lot of work with studios architecture for workstation projects for financial clients and legal clients. And in working with them in the last few years, we've built a relationship up, and we asked them to formulate a strategy for this particular product category. And they immediately brought to the table a philosophy of what they believe the future of the private office, or if we want to call it private anymore, but that particular workspace within an office environment. And it excited us. They said customers are not going to have the confidence to just buy a one-off solution to fill in a 10 by 12 or a 12 by 12 office and let it sit there and function without any change for the next 10 or 12 years. There's going to be a lot of demand for flexibility and a lot of demand for the ease of understanding how to be flexible and how to specify furniture so that it's not a daunting decision to make when it comes to specifying the elements that go into a private office, knowing that they can be changed out and swapped easily in the future. And that was the goal that they wanted to achieve with us. And I think we're excited as to how it's been progressing, and we're going to be launching this at NeoCon this year.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been such a sea change in how people think about those sort of, standalone office spaces. A lot of folks, even before the pandemic, were using their offices as de facto conference rooms for, meetings of 3 or 4 people. There's that space, what used to be this very sacred space, you got the desk and the closet and the whatever, is now morphed so many times. So, flexibility makes a lot of sense. So how does Wall achieve that flexibility? What makes it such a flexible system?
Sure. If you could go back to that animated GIF, you sort of see that it's made up of a series of stages. And essentially, there's a wall infrastructure which gets mounted to the surface of a fixed wall in an office, and it creates a structural lattice. And that lattice is what contains all of the power routing, electrical cabling, wiring, and it's a structural lattice. Everything hangs off of it. So wardrobes, credenzas, teleconference equipment, shelving, you name it, even the height adjustable desk elements are anchored to this lattice on the wall in such a way that configuring on day 2 is super fast. It's extremely quick to dismantle and then retile, reapply features to the wall, and also doing so when the the wiring and the cabling and everything underneath is done in a very intelligent manner. So it's just a skin that has a structural skeleton underneath that allows us to essentially build an office, build a conference room, build a huddle room, and then be able to interchange between those elements over time very, very rapidly.
Right. How is this different? And just to re-emphasize that from a different angle, tell us how it is different from other sort of case good solutions that exist especially for those private offices.
Yeah, well, it definitely asks for a substitute in investment and away from heavy storage and more towards flexibility. So it's not a heavy, traditional, hyper masculine looking private office with lots of boxes and so on. It clearly you can specify storage to suit the requirements. We think storage is just going to be lighter for a significant number of clients. There just won't be a need for that much storage. So it's doing this in a more lightweight, more highly engineered manner, as opposed to filling corners, filling crevices, filling knee wells, and so on with storage. It just does it, we think, in a more intelligently engineered way. So it's going to have a lighter aesthetic. It's going to be very apparent, I think, when someone initially removes an element, just how quickly it can be reconfigured. So it's a whole different way of engineering private office. It gets away from case good box manufacturing and more into cantilevered manufacturing.
Yeah, I'm sure this will be a boon to facilities folks everywhere, especially for folks who are used to turning over offices for new occupants or for new functions. There is another very interesting angle to Wall, which is that you were thinking with studios, you were thinking about equity in a really interesting way while developing the solution. Yeah. What makes this an equitable product? I think we'll just wrap up with that big idea.
Yeah, it's a big idea on their behalf. We've all been we've all merged our communication methods, whether we're a CEO or whether we're a new admin in an organization right now. We've been reduced like we are right now. We're rectangles on a screen, and that just I think collectively establishes a sense of everybody's working on the same platform. Everyone's working on the same technology. Everyone's utilizing the same tools. So we're working in very similar ways, irrespective of the rank or the position in an organization. And a lot of other things have happened during this pandemic, right? There's a real push for diversity and equality across all spectrums, and we just don't think that the private office is something that needs to be a status statement. That doesn't need to be something that dictates who you are. It's going to be used by everybody. So the people that are using these offices on 2 or 3 days a week and then they're traveling, their offices are being used by their colleagues and other people at the same time. So we just feel like the furniture has to address that reality, that we're all going to be sort of sharing space and sharing resources within an office, and then likewise we're sharing technology in the same way. So we just hope that the furniture system sort of really speaks to that idea, and from there, it's still a bit of a blank canvas. We're Innovant, right? We make what people ask us to make. We're just hoping that this is a platform that people feel confident that they can deliver that sort of equity-based furniture solution for everybody in their organization.
Thanks so much, Bruce. This is such a wonderful solution, and I can't wait to see what designers do with it, because it just has so much flexibility, and it brings that really important angle of, just putting everybody on equal footing within an office space, and, undoing some of the hierarchies we've had. Thank you so much, Bruce. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to see how Wall gets used.
We do too. Thanks, Avi.
My next guest today is from Hope's Windows. We're going to be talking about a really beautiful, sophisticated window solution. We have with us Brian Whalen, who's the VP of Sales at Hope's Windows. Brian, welcome.
Thank you, Avi. Appreciate it.
So Brian, Hope's Windows has a really, and especially the Old World suite, which is the product we're going to talk about today, has a very interesting backstory. You want to take us through that?
Sure. Very proud to have worked here my entire career. Hope's was established in Jamestown, New York, a very small town in Western New York, in 1912. So over a century lineage of handcrafting hot rolled steel windows, which are really the essence of some of the first windows and doors that were ever produced in the United States. It's a very unique product. We are a family owned business, and we have about 400,000 square feet of manufacturing here, and about 225 full-time employees. And, very proud at some of the projects that we do get involved with, as well as some of our historical projects, such as falling water and some of the unique applications where Hopes have been used.
Hopes has been a part of architectural history, as you said, with falling water, just having that just legacy is incredible. Tell us about Old World Suite in particular, the product we're going to be talking about today.
Sure. So taking you back about 15 years ago, we were commissioned by the United States government to reproduce windows that we actually had done in the early 1900s. As technology changes, products obviously have to change to evolve with insulated glass. And in this particular case, it was a blast mitigation application. But you can see that there is a cove on the exterior side that is a very pronounced look. You do see that quite often in industrial applications or old industrial buildings. It was very prominent during the early and middle 1900s. In and around the 1970s, a lot of those products were transitioned into a more contemporary flat face. And as the flavor of the industry, if you will, changed, the product kind of dissolved itself. And when this project came up, we took a very long look at it, and we're very happy to get re-involved with this product. But it has been a unique application for us, and really something that has taken a foothold in our luxury residential marketplace just due to the unique aesthetic that it offers. You can see those individual little panes of glass, which are very popular right now, very thin lines. And it does give something back to the client and the architect that is totally unique to the industry. We have rebranded what we called our 155 series of commercial product for the residential application. We're actually launching it live here today officially. We've done some soft launches, but we also offer the product in a traditional hot rolled steel with true divided light. We can also do it with simulated lights, as well as thermal, our entire thermal range of products.
That's wonderful. Taking something that has such a deep history and really bringing it to, contemporary use, especially as we see a lot of luxury residential, developments take over old historic buildings, and build beautiful homes in them. I can see how this product is such a natural fit to that whole idea. You mentioned, the trends that trend that's coming back now, and certainly we're seeing a lot more steel windows and doors in the residential industry now. What differentiates this product from some of the other offerings that are available in the industry today?
That is a great question. Over the course of the last probably 7 years, there's been some transition. And, prior to that, predominantly what you would see throughout the industry would be traditional hot rolled steel, meaning that it's a solid profile that has been rolled by a mill, and manufacturers utilize those individual profiles to produce windows and doors. Fast forward, and the industry evolution with thermal systems have introduced some unique product offerings. And in addition to traditional hot rolled steel, right now you're seeing cold rolled steel systems, meaning that it's a roll form profile. You're seeing hybrid systems, which are combinations of cold rolled, hot rolled, and sometimes plastics. And then you're seeing some stainless products as well. But the unique attributes of each one of those products really differentiates what the capabilities of the systems are. So what I always encourage everyone to do, the industry in itself right now is in a correction or an evaluation mode, because leading up to today, what you did see were specifications or drawings coming out just simply indicating steel as an identifier. And up till today, really, it's been unknown, all the variables of these systems. And so there's an evolution going right now where people are truly understanding, like in the wood world, what the difference between a pine window, mahogany, some of the variables of these systems.
Tell us about sort of what the give and take is in terms of value. Some options may seem more expensive, but obviously have much better, durability and life and performance. Others may be low cost at the outset, but may have performance issues down the line. I mean, just tell us about sort of that equation, and I think we'll wrap up on that idea.
Sure, just real quick on that. When you look at all the differentiators, a window or a door in steel is fabricated from steel, basic. It's cut, it's welded. What goes into it after that is really where the rubber hits the road, so to speak, and the dollars really start to rack up. So product to product, you have to look at finishes. It is a major component to the end product, not only for its longevity and performance, but also cost. You could look at approximately a 30% swing between manufactured and manufacturer with the value you're getting in a finish. You have to look at hardware. You have to look at the raw material. And really what you have to do is just engage with your manufacturers, do your background checks, and do your research. Know what you're buying and understand it.
Right, absolutely. Brian, so for designers or specifiers who want to learn more about Hopes, what would be the best way for them to do that? What is the best way for them to reach out to you or to engage with Hopes Windows?
Sure. The easiest way to do it is obviously reach out to us. We do have regional managers based in our corporate offices. We also have independent representatives throughout the United States and most of the major cities. You can go to our website, hopeswindows.com, and take a look there, and you'll be able to make contact with any of us anytime.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you for taking us through some of those really minutiae of steel windows, and how it's not enough anymore to just put steel on your drawing and expect that you're getting the best product out here. That there's so much detail to be paid attention to, and Hopes Windows is a great resource for any of you who's considering steel windows and doors in your projects. Thank you so much, Brian. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Avi. You too.
We're going to continue our Product Live event today with Pure Edge Lighting. We have with us Michael Benvenuto, who's the Western Regional Sales Manager for Pure Edge. Michael, such a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me on. Very excited to be here. Good to see you again, and excited to start talking about some lighting.
Awesome. Michael, why don't you introduce the designers we have in the audience today to Pure Edge? Tell us a little bit about the company. What do you do?
Yeah, absolutely. So Pure Edge Lighting is an architectural lighting manufacturer based in Chicago. It was founded back in 2004 by our owner, Gregory Kay. What's kind of interesting about the DNA of our company is that Greg was actually a master electrician. So everything that we create, we're not only thinking about it from the aspect of a lighting designer, but also as an installer. So everything that we create is really easy to install as well. But Our products aren't exactly cookie cutter. We call ourselves a personalized lighting company. We like our fixtures to become a part of the architecture. We want the drywall to be your canvas. And in these photos that you're seeing here, you can see the level of flexibility and customization that you can do with our fixtures. So we do a lot of beautiful recessed product. We do linear lighting, track lighting, outdoor lighting as well. So we've really got a pretty full board of product to be utilized in spaces like this.
That's absolutely fantastic. And I'm seeing some very complex applications here, going across different surfaces, different materials. Tell us a little bit about how a designer would work with you in order to implement a lighting scheme like this, or even understand what the possibilities might be, because designers may not even be used to working with a recessed lighting system quite like this.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure there are people looking at these photos saying that's going to be impossible to achieve, but we are the original. We pioneered the 5/8 inch platform. So all of our recessed lighting system, the linear lighting that you're seeing here, True Line, True Track, Reveal, Verge, it's all on a 5/8 inch platform. So that's the same thickness as drywall, meaning you don't have to worry about bumping into joists, ductwork, anything that might be above the ceiling that limits design. You normally see a product like this having a 5-6 inch back box on it, but with ours, it becomes a part of the wall. It becomes a part of the architecture. So when you're designing this product, we've got a ton of options available. I mean, we offer a ton of static whites, 2 types of warm dimming, tunable white, RGB, RGBW. So when you're designing a system like this, you would essentially either napkin sketch it, you could draw it out in CAD. You'd send us those drawings and we create the bill of material for you. So you don't exactly have to pick out every part and piece, connector and driver. You send us the plan, we'll create it with our product, cut everything in our factory in Chicago and send it out to you on site for it to be assembled. So it's a very collaborative process between the designer and Pure Edge to help achieve the look that they're trying to do.
Can you talk about a few examples of how Pure Edge maybe has been used in very exciting or dramatic ways on projects?
Yeah, absolutely. One of our case studies that we love to talk about, we worked on a conference center at Delta Airlines, and they brought us a concept of wanting to create and mimic the flight patterns in and out of their major hubs around the country in the ceiling plane. Now, again, trying to do something like that with a standard linear product would be daunting. But for us, we do this kind of work every day. So they sent us the drawing of what they wanted it to look like. We provided back to them a detailed drawing of all the parts and pieces, how everything comes together. And it was an absolutely beautiful application. I mean, it looks incredible. I don't know if we've got the photo available here, but it's definitely on our website at pureedgelighting.com. But again, that speaks to the collaborative process that we have, the way that we like to work with designers. We want to be a part of the process. And again, with our 5/8 inch platform that we pioneered, it's so easy to create these kind of elaborate designs because of the flexibility of the product. So, again, doing those transitions from ceiling into the wall, creating shapes, we really pride ourselves on being able to do that kind of work every day. That's not special for us.
You mentioned in passing the different color temperatures and the dimming capabilities that you have with the light. I mean, that seems like, it's the full suite of lighting capabilities you might have with a regular fixture. Tell us a little bit about that. How can designers, A, what is the range of abilities that's available? And B, how can designers make the right decisions on those?
Yeah, absolutely. So, color temperature is always a preference, right? So if you are selecting a static white, we do projects with static white all the time. The LEDs that we use are our design. We engineered them, our specifications. So they're all 95 plus CRI. We use 2 layers of copper. So that way there's great heat dissipation and no voltage drop, which you see a lot of times in linear lighting. And then we tightly space those LEDs. So when you put that lens over, you don't see any of the diodes. You never see any gaps in the lighting. It always looks continuous, no matter how long of a run you do or however many transitions and turns that you make. Warm dimming has become more and more popular, and we're right there to support that by offering 2 different types. So we do a linear interpolation, 3000K or 2700, that would dim down to 1800K, giving you that warm glow. Great for residential, hospitality. And then if you want to do full circadian rhythm style lighting, we offer a full color tuning option as well. So you can do the rise and the fall of the sun, warm in the morning, cools off in the afternoon, or just be able to change that dynamically throughout the day. There are a lot of studies that have come out about the health benefits of circadian rhythm style lighting, use in classrooms, educational, senior living facilities. So, we're here and available to offer all of those options to designers when they come to us with a project. And certainly we're able to educate them on the control side as well, with a color tuning system that might be on a DMX controller. So we're here to help through the entire process.
That's absolutely fantastic. What happened? You spoke about sort of the voltage kind of change and things like that. I mean, very often with linear lighting, you, for a variety of reasons that might have nothing to do with lighting product itself, one might have to replace elements or change something out. And because this is integrated into drywall, talk to us about maintenance or durability of this product.
Yeah, absolutely. So all of our channels are machined aluminum. So, the product is very strong and rigid. The recessed product becomes a part of the ceiling. The perforated edges, when you put the mud over the top of that and then paint over, you've got a really solid system that's a part of the ceiling. It's not supported by any substructure behind. And that's not just with our linear lighting, with our track as well. Track lighting is notoriously difficult to recess, but with our True Track product, again, it becomes a part of the ceiling, 5/8 inch thick, and we can actually illuminate our track as well and still be able to move track heads independently. But when it comes to designing the system, everything that we do is low voltage. So in most cases, you're going to remote mount transformers. So in terms of maintenance, if there's a failure on the transformer, you can access that in a box somewhere off onto the side, replace out that transformer. If for some reason there's failure with the LED, you would just simply pop out the lens, remove the section of LED that's not working correctly, and replace it. So we're here to support that as well. We've got a great customer service team that's there to answer any tech or service issues that you might have in the field. Again, we're here to support 100% the whole way.
And then, how for designers for whom, they might be specifying something like this for the first time, they're trying to understand, and then they're working with a contractor, what is the support you give on sort of the installation side or the contractor side?
Yeah, I mean, we have, like I said, our DNA is on the electrician side, right? So we have really detailed installation instructions. Our tech team is available to get on the phone or on a Zoom call with a contractor on site to walk them through and show them how to install the product. But again, everything's very intuitive. The instructions are always included. So it's not a difficult process. It might seem hard to achieve some of these beautiful images that you guys have been seeing, but in reality, it's very simple, very easy to accomplish. And when the designer works, with their local rep in the territory, the rep is working directly with us, and we're making sure that all the boxes are checked along the way, that the design works, that all the components are there, and that the installation is going to run smoothly. So we offer training as well on our website at pureedgelighting.com on the webinars link. If you click the state that you're in, you can actually pick a training opportunity to learn more about a product, installation, or do a collaborative design process. So again, I know I've said it a couple of times, but we're here to support throughout the entire design process to help achieve a beautiful vision. And we really feel like our products allow that kind of design flexibility.
Well, Michael, thank you so much. I mean, you're right. Those images that we saw, really, some of them really do look impossible. For anyone who's worked with recessed lighting or recessed track lighting, what a nightmare it can be. Honestly, Pure Edge, the solution sounds like a dream. And it's incredible, the kind of support and the kind of thoughtfulness that's gone into this product. And the end results, of course, are only limited by the designer's imagination. Thank you so much, Michael, for the time you've spent with us today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for talking to us about this fantastic new product. Folks, ProductLIVE continues this afternoon. We're going to take a very small break here, but we'll be back at 2:40 with the amazing, inimitable editor-in-chief of interior design, Cindy Allen, who's going to take you through another set of products here. I hope you've enjoyed the journey this morning, no matter when you joined us today. I hope you'll stick around throughout the afternoon. It's been an absolute pleasure, just kind of I feel like I'm in Candyland with all this amazing new product, and I hope you've enjoyed listening to us too. Thank you so much, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Hey everybody, we are back with Product
Live. How are you, all my design friends and fans from all around the world? You just heard from your friends at your good friends and our good friends at Metropolis. Avi did an amazing job, and now it's our turn at Interior Design. We're showcasing new products in a quick 10-minute chat between an editor, a manufacturer, or designer. You're going to hear the banter, get the inside scoop live on loads of new product in the marketplace. As you guys know, I'm Cindy Allen, Editor-in-Chief of Interior Design, and this is part of Sandow's design group, which includes Metropolis and Interior Design. And we're trying to provide useful tools to our beloved industry so you can do your jobs better, because you need to, right? So today you're going to be hearing from me, from my Managing Director, Helene Oberman, and Rebecca Tines, our Market Director. All of us very, very excited to hear all about new product from our friends. Are we getting started? Are we ready? It's Product Live, everybody. A big thanks to our sponsors today. We couldn't do it without you. Can't wait to talk to each and every one of you. And thank you so much for being part of this. I think this is the first of many Product Lives. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Product Live. Cindy Allen here, Editor-in-Chief of Interior Design. All right, so I have my first amazing guest, Christina Z. Antonio. Christina, you don't know, but we are so excited to actually meet you in person after publishing in the magazine and you just winning a big award for the NYC by Design. How are you?
Oh, thank you so much, Cindy. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of the support to you and Interior Design Magazine, and of course the award, and also for this series and keeping the design community engaged and connected. Thank you so much. You're amazing.
You're so welcome. You know, that's the thing. Like, we know how much for editors, how much it means to us to like be inspired so that then we can put it out there in the marketplace. And the marketplace has been, people are making things, but there haven't been the trade shows. And so it's been tough. So in any case, we're so excited to give you that Emerging Independent Product Designer Award. And now let's talk about some of your new product.
Yeah, so the Helios collection, which is, yep, that's the one.
It's gorgeous, by the way.
Thank you so much. So all of the work here does explore the themes of wellness and neuroaesthetics. And what that is the way that the brain observes, art and sculpture. And in this case, light is a tool to help you get to a very calm state of mind very quickly.
Yeah, Christina, I want you to explain this a little bit. We know you for your amazing craftsmanship and beautiful product and furniture. And so we were really, really excited to see lighting and then this idea of lighting with wellness. So how did you get into it?
Well, I was having, kind of myopic thoughts about what, healing for human beings and what a human's charging station may look like. We're constantly charging our devices and what have you, but we also need that element. And so I thought it'd be fun to create this idea where we would sit on a chair that would recharge us somehow, and using light and helium as the chosen gas in the neon felt like it made sense to that theme.
How hard was it to start to work in that medium?
In glass, well, I began working in glass late 2018, And I really just threw myself into it, honestly. It was discovering a new material, a new medium, and it brought back that spirit of play and experimentation, and giving myself permission to do that, you know, where the other aspect of my career is so structured.
Yeah.
So that was really wonderful, and you know, revitalized my trajectory as an artist. In addition to that, yes, it's very difficult to work with, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's really fruitful. You know, the results are really worth it. I found that the time that I spent in the studio, in the glass studio, just flew by, and I couldn't wait to get back in there and to create something else.
What was the hardest? What was the hardest piece, just in terms of craftsmanship and working with glass?
I would say that the neon arches on the Helios chair are the most challenging of all, because you're taking a material that is non-uniform and has a mind of its own, and you're trying to make it fit in a structured chair, and then bringing in the neon element with the electrical element, and all of those things coming together is really, really difficult. I mean, I even struggle with it now, and we've made the chair, so it's...
Wait, you have to tell everybody, because I think this is the first time I've seen this, you know, lighting in a chair in this way. What inspired that?
As I mentioned, these were like human charging stations, essentially. And, you know, every aspect of it is quite meaningful. I took individual discs of leather, and stacked them to create the legs. And then you've got the glass as the arch. So I'm taking these seemingly fragile materials and playing with the idea and organizing them to create structure.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. Christina, where's your studio?
My studio is in Flatiron on 20th Street, right in the Flatiron district. And I moved into that building, I would say, about 4 years ago. And it's been wonderful for my business. It's very accessible to my clients. But the last year or so, of course, it's been like crickets. Nobody's visiting us in the studio, just very rarely. But that's fine, because it's given us time to also, you know, explore other things and develop new products.
Yeah, and what about the relationship, how important the relationship is with the designer for them to have access and to be able to collaborate with you and also specify your product?
Oh, yeah, that's a very strong theme in my business. A lot of the designers that I've worked with for many years, 10 plus years, have become good friends of mine. And, you know, working with them is delightful. And I think that's what they love as well, is that we can collaborate. I'm quite open to that.
Yeah, no, you know, when you see somebody like you, who really, like, your hands are that craft, everything you do feels so precious. It does make a designer say, "Oh, I want to play with Christina." That big hospitality project or something.
Yeah, it's super fun. I mean, you know, I'm given quite a lot of freedom, which is, you know, a privilege, really. And we'll have our initial design meetings where there's a display of materials that I'm showing, different new things that I may not have shown before. And then the sketching and the design ideation kicks in. And then when it starts to take shape, it's really exciting. But one thing that I take a lot of pleasure in is seeing these sketches become a very real thing. And it's amazing how close they are to the original idea. Kind of blows me away.
Yeah, no, amazing. We were so taken also just by the color, this beautiful, beautiful color that, you know, feels so...
obsessed with purple. I'm obsessed with purple. I can't seem to shake that.
Yeah.
But what I use, you see that particular light fixture, that's called the Aurelis. And there's about 3 different color combinations in there, as well as a bioluminescent effect, an opalescent effect. And that's inspired by octopus, actually.
How hard was that to kind of develop?
It was really hard, you know, because you're combining 3 different colors and you want them to fade at the exact right point. So it's very measured. And there's a lot of trial and error involved. You may not use all of the glass that you actually blow. Some pieces break in the process too.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how we arrived at that point.
Let's take the scale down, because I also see these beautiful table lights, and some of your work feels precious to me, almost like jewelry. That the materials are like treasures too.
Yes, I've always scouted really precious and rare materials. I work a lot with leather and shagreen and rare materials like that too. Not so much these days, although that's always been the premise of my work. Or then recreating and transmuting materials into my own by manipulating them somehow. So yeah, I'm very much into using rare materials.
Yeah. And so tell us what's been going on since COVID. How have you kept your inspiration going?
You know, it's interesting. I actually took a step back, you know, like a lot of people. Some people did throw themselves into a new thing. I spent a lot of time cooking and being in nature. So that in itself was really inspiring. I sketched a lot, and also I filmed a TV show. I'm not sure.
You did?
Yeah, I was part of a design show called Ellen's Next Great Designer. So that really took up a good part of my year last year, and preparing for that, setting up my studio as a wood shop, which is not what I do. But that was a huge change and shift for me in my business.
You know, right before COVID, they called me to see if I wanted to be a judge, and then COVID happened, and I just had other things to do. But I didn't really. Yeah, that's so cool.
You'd be great. You should consider that.
Yeah. How was your experience there?
I mean, it was incredible. Who gets to be filmed for 5 weeks in their studio creating furniture in 4 days? So, you know, having that challenge on a daily basis, it really just keeps you sharp and aware. And I think I want to use that in my practice moving forward.
You mean doing things that you can do quickly as well?
Yes. So, you know, when you don't have the luxury of time, you have to really sort of underline the things, the priorities, and cut through the process a lot faster. And it just blew me away what was possible. And, you know, I think after my clients having watched that, I'm not going to be able to convince them of my lead times.
Oh, no, this is going to be a problem for you, Christina.
Okay, I think so.
The last 2 minutes, let's look at the collection one more time and tell the designers what they need to know about specifying. So let's start from the top again. The Aurelis. I also saw the sconces on the wall, by the way.
Yes. The Celine sconces.
Yes.
They're more like a mood lighting, I would say. They don't brighten an entire room, but they are decorative lighting, sculptural pieces. And that's very much what my pieces are. They're sculptural art lighting that creates a mood and a state of mind. You can interact with the pieces by dimming them with a handheld dimmer or on your device. It fits with the Lutron system. And I think they serve as a tool to connect with yourself more deeply and get into a meditation state of mind.
I love that. I love that in the text that was talking about wellness and the feeling of a room, which is really so critical. I was just curious on the Aurelis. It could be so the spread image before, it could grow if you needed to for custom applications.
Oh, absolutely. There's all manner of configurations available for this piece, and I'm actually excited to do that with these pieces.
There you go. I'm excited too. Christina, I've always wanted to meet you. We published you in a magazine, given you awards, and it's so wonderful to see you.
Thank you so much.
We have to see each other in person.
For tea or champagne, one or the other.
Exactly. So designers out there, don't forget, look up Christina D'Antonio online. She does such beautiful crafted work and special things for your next project, right?
Thank you so much, Cindy.
So you are our first editor's pick on Product Live.
Oh, thank you.
You really are. So a big hug to you.
Oh, big hug to you. Kisses. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Have a great day. Bye.
More coming up. Hey everybody. Okay, we are back. So we just met Christina D'Antonio, amazing, such a beautiful designer. And up next right now, we have our good friends at Room and Board and Nicole Gaynor, business customer experience manager. Nicole, how are you?
Good, Sydney. How are you?
Oh my God, it's so great to see you. What a beautiful smile. And you are on Product Live.
Yay!
I know.
This has been so fun. I watched some of the segments today. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, hey, listen, it's a new tool to get the product out there, and we recognize how important that is, and our relationships with folks like you and the designers, it's all good. And I'm really excited to spend a little time with you. And we're going to talk about the omnisectional today, right?
Yes. Yeah. So the omnisectional is actually one of our new outdoor collections at Room and Board. And the Omni is actually a piece that we've designed with our partners at LOL. So we have worked with LOL since 2007, and they do some exclusive designs for Room and Board. And to kind of backtrack a little bit, we started with our Emmett collection at LOL, which has been around forever. It's a top seller. People love this recycled HDPE. It's just so durable and sturdy, easy to care for. And so we really kind of started there and started to try to layer in some comfort. So, to start to do something with cushions, and we introduced a Rayo collection a couple of years ago. And then really this Omni has been inspired by just kind of the next iteration. What is it that our customers are really looking for? And ultimately, they're looking for modularity. They want modern design in those outdoor spaces. People are using the outdoors in so many more new ways. And so what this omnisectional provides is just a lot of different, it's ultimately kind of endlessly customizable. You can put different pieces together. You can see those back supports. They can come out so you can create openings in different places. And then we're continuing to expand on this design by putting new arm pieces to this collection. So there is a new arm that is going to be introduced actually at the beginning of next year. So there's kind of your regular arm that you would see on any other outdoor piece, as well as a flatter piece that we showed in one of the photos that went by. And the great thing about that is it becomes almost a little side table on the exterior of the modular piece, but it's reversible as well. So you can put it over the top of the cushion and it now becomes kind of an extended work area. Like the photo here.
There you go. Okay, so hang on a second. All right. You said everything.
I know. I just jumped in. I'm excited.
I know. It's all good. First of all, I love your collaboration with Lowell. They are fantastic and super great folks, and it makes a lot of sense when I hear, oh, you guys collaborate together. It makes a lot of sense to me. But so congrats on that. Let's just talk about for a minute what's going on in the market in outdoor. Come on, it's going gangbusters, right?
It really is. It has exploded. I mean, I think, outdoor has always been a huge strategy for us. We've always brought that design, that interior design to the outdoors. And so our customers have always loved that. It really felt like an extension of their home. But of course, with everything that's happened over the course of, the last year and some months, the outdoors is where everybody felt safe. So whether it was, people at home, and this is how you could see family members because you could stay outside and stay distanced, or for businesses, the outdoor space has really become a whole new area. It was already starting to become popular, right? But now we're really looking at businesses who are creating new collaboration spaces outdoors, who are literally creating designated conference areas, but outdoors, right? And we all need it. We need vitamin D, we need fresh air, but then of course there's that whole safety factor. We feel better when we can do that.
Yeah, exactly. So let's tell everybody, because there's something that designers need to know about Room and Board. It's been a friend of the design community for a long time now, but when you think of retail, sometimes you don't realize how tested everything is. and you guys are, super ready for, all your product for the commercial market, correct?
Yes, yeah. So I think, what has really contributed to our success as we've really gotten into this commercial B2B world is that we've always chosen the vendor partners we work with very carefully. And all of our product has always been benchmade from the beginning. So the quality was always there. And it's something we've talked about. You can pass pieces down. Well, as we started to move into this commercial world, we knew that we had to start testing pieces to ensure that they would meet those really strict requirements. And so we used BIFMA certification standards and started testing. And the great thing, Cindy, is that pieces were passing BIFMA certification without us making changes to the styling and the design. And so we have a curated collection of commercial pieces that will work and live well in all of those different applications. And we back them all up with 5 and 10-year warranties. So designers can feel confident in coming to Room and Board for any of the different types of spaces that they're looking at.
Yeah, I love that. BIFMA tested, and then ACT Performance fabrics as well, right?
Wow.
So yeah, so you guys are all set up.
We're all in.
Yeah, you're all in. So I'm curious to know. It's interesting to know, like, how long does it take to develop something like this?
It depends on the piece. It depends on kind of that starting point of ideation. So, some things can be, 6 months from kind of point of that initial design to when we finally are getting samples sent by vendors. Some things can take a little bit longer, but that's kind of the time frame we're working in. And in part, I think, for those of you who feel like maybe that sounds quick, it's, again, the relationships we have with our vendors. We really do work side by side with them as we start on new designs. So it's really working with them, and here's what we're thinking, and it's definitely a collaboration. I think that's the best way to state that.
Yeah, we love the collaboration. How long have you been working at Room and Board?
I've been at Room and Board now for a little over 9 years.
Oh, so you are there.
I'm here. I was going to say, the funny thing is, in the world of Room and Board, Cindy, I'm still, I guess I would say, a toddler. We have a lot of longevity here. Yes.
Where are you?
We're in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So our central offices are located here. And then to your point earlier, we've got 19 different retail locations across the U.S. So
right, that's so, that's so useful for designers to know. But having that relationship and ways to get it out into the market is so important. Okay, so you have this amazing, so Omni, everybody, look it up. Yes. Look up the Omni sectional. We love that it's modular, that it can be totally moved around so that you can work on it. I love that. So we're going to be working outside this summer, I guess, right?
Exactly. Everybody is.
Yeah. And then what's next with that? Like, when you're working on this, you're working on a few other things as well, I'm sure.
Yes. Well, I think, for us, where we really try to root ourselves is just what is going to provide the next great solution for our clients. So whether it's a residential customer or our business customers, we really listen to the feedback they give us and to kind of point us in the right direction. So I think we're continuing to hear that outdoor is really important. But also, people are getting back inside, and, so continuing to look at the different ways people are using those spaces is kind of inspiring where we're moving next.
Yeah, well, I want to be outdoors right now on your Omni sectional and having a drink with you here or there. I look forward to meeting you. Nicole, thank you. Beautiful. Everyone, go on to Room and Board and check out the Omni sectional. Super useful, super compatible to your next job. And we're going to be live in a minute. Deserve it. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Hey, everybody, and we are live yet again. How fun is this, by the way? So much fun. right now we're talking about kitchen and bath. Kitchen and bath has never been more important, although we've always loved kitchen and bath. Let's go to the bath with our dear friends at Duravit. And Bertrand, how do you pronounce your last name? Hi, Bertrand.
It's French, so it's Bertrand Le Joli.
Le Joli. So beautiful.
Exactly.
Le Joli. I'm so happy to meet you and see you and talk about the D-Neo. How are you?
Thank you. Very good, very good. I'm on holidays. I'm in Portugal, so I'm enjoying the seaside. So it's couldn't be better for the moment.
I love that. I love that. And listen, Bertrand, we're so excited. You have a very deep history working with so many big brands, and now you're off on your own and working on this collection with Duravit, the D-Neo. Tell us about it. Something very, very important about this collection.
Yeah. So the important thing about the collection, I think it's for me the starting point of this collection. When Duravit asked me to make the design for it, it's all about the wash basin is the central piece actually of the collection. So this was a bit the starting point. It's the design detail you also have. We don't see it on the picture, but it's this kind of rim, little thin rim around the wash basin, which works like a frame actually, where you can organize your accessories next to the wash basin, which also holds the water when you are spraying with the water when you're using it. So it's this detail which is the key detail piece of the collection, and from there we developed everything. You can see here the handle. It's just underneath the ceramic, in between the ceramic and the furniture, and it's just like a thin black line, which is like almost not visible, very much integrated. It's not like a visible handle. It's more in between the two elements. So it was all a playing about this kind of very subtle details, which makes it very nice in my eyes.
Bertrand loves his product. Okay, I was trying to feed you this one thing that's good for our marketplace to know is there's a takeaway here is that it's kind of the first entry level product from Duravit, just in terms of price. You never know in terms of aesthetic and function because it is absolutely gorgeous. But this is kind of a big deal for Duravit. So how did that work? How did they manage this?
The technology now allows a lot more things than if you compare to 10 years ago, I guess. So that's one point. If you compare the entry level collection before at Duravit, it was still with a very classical approach. But here we had the chance due to the technology to work on this very thin rim, for example, I just mentioned, and also for the toilets, we got a lot of possibilities there, and so also the furniture used a lot of aspects which were maybe not possible in the past. So it's a big advantage actually. Now the technology allows a lot of things compared to before.
Yeah. So was this your first time designing for the bath?
No, actually, I have always worked in my career for the sanitary, but it's the first collection under my own name. So I'm from Belgium. I worked some years in Germany, and then I went to Italy in Milan, where I worked for Matteo Thun, which is also one of the.
I wanted to bring that up because I love Matteo. He said he's a good friend.
Yeah. He's one of the designers also of Duravit, and that's also my first encounter with Duravit 10 years ago. Where I collaborating with him, I designed the collection already for Duravit, and then we kept a lot of contact all the years. And 2 years ago, they contacted me to design this collection. So
amazing! Big shout out to Matteo. Love him. All right, so let's go over there's 4 different aesthetics, and we could start at the top again. The first one. So make sure I'm getting it right. So is the first one minimal? The first image was minimal?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's minimal. Then you have the I don't know, the second. Let's see.
Wait, let me guess. I want to guess. Well, wait, give us a cliff notes. Go so the minimal. How would you define minimal?
Yeah, I mean, the word says it all, no? It's trying to keep it very sober, very sober. Also, we used a black oak finish for the furniture, nice. Which is very crisp. I really like this in combination with the white ceramic. So also the contrast between black and white is very nice. And then we went over to I think that the next one is boho. It's more like a natural. It's the natural oak. It's trying to it's trying to bring in more the natural aspects and this kind of more easygoing life, no, around the bathroom.
Yeah, can I say all the tubs look so beautiful and so generous, and like you just want to jump in the tub.
Yeah, right? yeah. Especially the freestanding one from the minimal. It's very nice.
Okay, let's see what the next one is.
Let's see. Yeah, that's the monochrome. So it's and there again, it's also use of the natural woods, but more in a grayish tone. So it's a bit more. It's a bit more monochrome in this sense. Maybe the funny thing about these different styles, these 4 styles, no? Because we try to create this kind of timeless piece, this kind of timeless collection, which is for us like the base, the starting point, like the platform where you can add all these personalities and all these kind of different styles. So this was very important also in the briefing we do of it to create this very like neutral, might sound boring, but it's a great platform and a great basis to add all these different styles on it. So yeah,
that makes a lot of sense actually. And then the last one was pop. If we go to the last one, pop.
Yeah, that's the pop one exactly. It's much more like powerful and also trying there like to allow in this kind of more powerful spaces and interiors to even there you can contrast here again with maybe with a more white on white finish to create this kind of contrasting and strong expression. Yeah.
So okay, so I want to know what's your favorite? What was your favorite, and what was the hardest thing to do?
The favorite of these 4 styles, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think?
Well,
as a designer, you can imagine.
Right. Exactly. You can use it for all different ones. Yeah.
No. I think it's the first 2, minimal and boho, which are like the more extremist, but it's there you see that matches for both styles. Yeah. Yes.
And
the second.
Yeah. There you go. So minimalist. Yeah. That tub looks unbelievable. And then the next one was the boho.
Yes,
the next
exactly.
Boho. Yeah, exactly. I agree. And what's the most complicated for us to understand just in terms of designing for the bath?
Yeah, there's already a lot of things existing. No? So you need to find your path. You need to find your way to do something, to create something new. But as I said before in the beginning, now with the technology, you can do so much new things and so much. Yeah, it creates room to create so much new designs. That it's actually it's evolving very fast. Actually, the technology in the sanitary world more than in the furniture, maybe, which is more normal in innovation, I would say.
Yeah. Well, listen, a huge congrats on the collection. It's gorgeous.
Thank you.
Yeah, new price point for Dervit. We're saying hi to Tim Schroeder. Can't wait to see more from you and to meet you in person soon.
Me too. Thank you.
So
Thanks.
much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. And we're back, everybody, for Product Live. Oh my God, my good friend. I'm so excited. Monica Bargava, how are you? Executive VP of Product Development for Prati Braun, William Sonoma Brands. She's the gal. How are you, Monica?
I am so good. How are you doing, Cindy? So nice to see you.
I'm super, super happy to see you, Monica, and very, very excited to have like these precious 10 minutes together to talk about the new collection. How are things?
Things are great. It's nice outside, and I'm talking to you, so I'm happy.
Me too. I'm happy too. Okay, so Monica, let's get into the new product. Everyone's talking about outdoors and outdoor kitchens, and you guys are solving new problems every day.
It's so funny because we designed this. It launched last year, and we kept building on it because, of course, the trend that took place with the pandemic. And living on the West Coast, we've sort of at Pottery Barn embraced this sort of Pacific Coast Highway, indoor, outdoor, what we call coastal living.
Yeah.
We call it our PCH look. And it's all about living indoors, outdoors transitionally. And we can do that on the West Coast a lot. So I feel like that sort of informs how we design. And having a design team would integrate our processes. I mean, it's all proprietary designs, We were able to design this outdoor kitchen to be modular. And the nice thing about it is it's got a small cart if you have a smaller deck space, or it can be built out to be these modular, gorgeous pieces like you're seeing on the screen. It fits with most barbecue grills. That's how we worked it. It's contract grade. What I love about this collection, Cindy, is that while we're showing it as a kitchen, it's really multifunctional. It can work in the garage. It can work for outdoor media and entertainment. The nice thing is it weathers so well that using it in the mudroom, using it in the garage, using it outdoors, using it as a kitchen. You decide how you want to use it. It's hardcore, tons of storage. The drawers, you can see we sized them to fit barbecue tools and things like that, so that would work for a kitchen.
Yeah, as you say, for the designers out there, what they really need is something that's multifunctional and modular. And this fits the bills on all those levels.
It does. And it's really well built. We actually flew to the factories a year and a half ago when we launched it now and checked it. It's got the leveling screws. It is got shelves inside that are adjustable, removable. And what I love about the piece this transitioned it into 3 of our collections. So it comes in Malibu metal, what you're seeing. And the nice thing about Malibu is that it's in the dark black metal. It's really got wide arms, so it's nice. So it works back to our outdoor collections. We've really studied our outdoor collections and then leaned in and expanded on them. And then we've got the Indio collection. So we've got this kitchen in Indio as well, which is slightly smaller footprint. And then we have it built in our mixed material Abbott collection as well. The nice thing about the Abbott pieces, it's got a concrete top, so it's got removable ice buckets, like all of these pieces do. So it's kind of cool. And then you can see how we're using it as a media entertainment with our outdoor slip-covered sofa. You can see how that is working because all of us are watching movies. Outdoors the new living room, right?
Exactly. You were telling me that. You were doing like a whole thing outdoors, right?
Yes, we are. And our outdoor business has really expanded. We are doing so much with outdoors. So you can see our new slip-covered sofas. You're seeing, of course, the kitchen and entertainment. We've built in all new piece types. We're doing things for smaller spaces, for balconies, for apartments, because everyone right now wants that outdoor space.
That's kind of fun, Monica, right? To think about scale in a new way. And it's almost like it's true. Everyone is needing certain things, but they need them in completely different ways. And you guys have the capabilities to make these things happen for all these different lifestyles.
Yes, we do. I feel great that the team is obsessed on it. The nice thing is with it being vertically designed and our team being all proprietary working together, we all have different spaces. So we're all leaning in saying, well, for my space and so on. I also think the one thing we've tried to make sure is that all the home furnishings, the rugs, everything is performance.
Yeah.
So it's whatever you spaced, it's very nice to be able to do that for these transitional spaces. And also in the mudrooms, or if you're taking it back indoors into your dining space, if it connects, all of it is performance. So I love that because most of us today are really working working hard at home as we're working. So it's nice to have these products.
I have to say, because when I go online and I look up the products, it for the designer, it's super, super useful. Like you said, that it's all commercial grade, or it says contract grade. It's spelled out there, so you know that this certain product you can use in your big commercial projects or residential. Right.
Yes. In fact, we were working on one recently, and all of our outdoor furniture is also contract grade. And this customer wanted everything to match. Rare, but they wanted everything to match. And so we were able to do our entire outdoor space in the Malibu collection, along with providing the kitchen in the Malibu collection. So it became this really gorgeous resorty feel. And all of it, like you said, is contract grade. So it works beautifully.
I don't, because you're out in the market as a retailer, over this past year and a half, we've connected in a much deeper way and really understand the power of the brand, and William Sonoma and Pottery Barn, all the brands, just in terms of this kind of relationship that you can have with the designer and all the things that you can do, whether it's an image we're seeing in front of us or a custom project. And that's like really exciting for the design community.
It is. I'll tell you, the privilege of being at William Sonoma is having the power of what I call 8 brands behind us. And William Sonoma, being the kitchen cooking brand, they inform me very clearly on what grill sizes or like what tools we should be able to do. So it's very well designed product because all of us as brands work together to educate each other.
Yeah, and I love that too, by the way. Women at the top of William Sonoma and really smart, dedicated, passionate women. Monica, you've been there for how long?
I finished 20 years last year. I can't believe it went by in a second. And yes, working with a diverse team, very diverse team, especially as I have a very diverse design team, and powerful women and men, and everybody is extremely supportive. I've been here 20 years because it's such a happy place. And you get so much diversity of product to work on, from kitchen product to lighting, to rugs, to pillows. So from a design sensibility, you're able to actually complete the vision for any one project. I mean, we did the Chase Center, and that was a great commercial project. And we were able to do it all, from tabletop all the way to furniture.
Yeah, just for everyone out there, you guys should check out the Chase Center. We did a design TV program on it. It was unbelievable. This is when we became pals, but working with Gensler and Gensler working with William Sonoma and all the different brands to design the interiors of the Chase Center. This was monumental, and what an amazing experience for everybody.
It was great. It was really wonderful collaborating with Gensler and collaborating with the Chase Center team and the Warriors. I mean, it was so good, and it was such a powerful, big platform. And I think what was amazing for almost everyone to understand is that all of our product was contract grade.
Yeah.
And that was like the light bulbs went off. Like,
listen up, designers out there, contract grade, you can use it, you can spec it, and start a relationship with these amazing women who are designing incredible products. And there are men there too. Okay, we love men too. Okay.
And I think the one thing I want to sort of continue to build on is, as this outdoor trend is going to stay with us for a long time, Pottery Barn, William Sonoma Home, West Elm, I mean, all of our brands, we all have such beautiful outdoor living solutions that work for whether it's your kitchen space, your garage space, like I said, or your indoor-outdoor transitional space, your mudroom. All of it works really well. And we've really embraced living and being outdoors. I mean, just being informed by our customers and our own lifestyle here on the West Coast, I think makes us better designers.
For sure.
Because when you live it, and then you know how to work with it.
Absolutely. Okay, so stainless steel tops, modularity, prep carts, ice bucket features, everything. Okay, the time is running out. Monica, I wish you could hang for a whole other round. But and send love to Josie and everybody there. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Check it out, the Malibu collection. Okay, we're going to be right back.
Bye. Every day we want to bring our passion for beautiful interiors into our wall coverings by using unique materials. We try to give an added value to walls by using innovative design and tactility. This is why craftsmanship, aesthetics, service and quality are top priorities in everything we do. Research and development is the heart of our company. For this season, we have asked our designers to play again with colors, designs and textures. They have created 8 very beautiful but very different collections, or more than 51 different designs and over 250 different references. The new collection is a world of opposites, a mix of warm and soft materials, fresh colors they complement the dark ones, and modest styles in contrast with very bold eye-catchers.
This is our model collection. This collection exists in 5 different designs. They're all drawn by hand in our artist studio, and afterwards we use different kinds of ropes to lay them on top of the design. So they're all glued manually by hand, and afterwards we transferred those beautiful designs into a vinyl wall covering. This is the Icons collection. It's a collection with different materials that are already iconic in the world of interior. The first design is called Shagreen. It's an imitation of a stingray leather, and it took us years to create this effect with our screen printing machines. This is the Manovo collection. The collection exists out of 5 different patterns. We have 2 planes, 1 palm design, a croco design, and a horizontal stripe. The special thing about this collection is it's woven completely in paper, and it's woven on a jacquard machine. That means we were unlimited in weaving very big scale repeats. Arte brought a new concept in the market. It's called Décors and Panoramique. Every design has its own story. The thing of this collection is that every design is printed on a very unique material that creates an extra depth, an extra dimension. So we print on velvet, on chenille, linen and satin and other materials. This creates a very big diversity in our product. This is our new collection called Yala. We have 4 new designs. 2 of the designs are made in linen effects, linen chenille, and the other 2 designs are made in boucle. This, for example, is the Bambusa, and this one is made in linen chenille effect, and this one is called Palma in the same fabric. This is the collection Samal. Samal is made by capiche shells. The shells are coming from Asia, from the South Sea. We clean them, we color them, we die cut them, we lay them in by hand, and we create a very unique shape. The tiles are not straight, they're all like a kind of puzzle effect, so we can put them together. And the nice thing of this is you can be very creative, so everybody can make his own artwork on the wall or a full wall. So the choice is up to you.
Nice video, and we are back live with Bill Calhoun from Arte. Oh my God, Bill, how are you?
I'm wonderful.
Arte USA. Nice video there, by the way, Bill.
Thank you. I'll let my crew know that you approved.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I have to say this was so cute in all the text that we got from Bill. So he's like 30 years in the wall covering industry, commercial and residential, but this is the nicest thing they sent. I've never seen something like this. He says in his bio, happily married for 44 years, proud parent of 3 children and a granddad just December 2020. That is so lovely that's what you want to communicate to us.
Hey, it's not all about wallpaper, right?
Yeah, almost. It almost is all about it, but almost a little bit, right?
90% wallpaper.
Yeah, so exactly. So Bill, listen, big collection for spring 2021, eight collections, 51 designs. Yeah. How are you doing that right now?
I wish I had a good answer for that. I would like to say that it was because of the pandemic backup, but it wasn't. Arte has not been sitting on their thumbs. We have had so much innovative product in both textures, surface materials, printing techniques. This new range of product, like the Samal tile that Frederick just showed you examples of, just a whole new take on a product that has been in the market, creating such wonderful opportunities for art or wall compositions instead of just full walls.
Yeah, it's very interesting when you're watching the video. It's this kind of world of opposites, light and dark and contrast and texture. Like, what are the trends that the design team at Arte are looking at to incorporate these contrasts that are happening right now?
Well, we think that tension in design is what makes it interesting, right?
I love that.
I think that's what it's about. We had a lot of fun with this particular launch because everything is so different.
Yeah.
We have collections that typically have a theme. We have one collection in this launch that is a combination of iconic interior finishes rendered in wall covering. So it's a massive effort for a small design team that is the most prolific in the business. They do keep me young and on my toes. So
they certainly do. I think when we see your work, we think about, we don't think, let's look at Samal, for instance. We think of materiality. We don't necessarily say wall covering, right?
Exactly. It's a different animal. And also with our wonderful 3D designs that Arte is becoming famous for, we've introduced 5 new designs after many years of doing such, and being able to use different surface textures and creating a molded or thermoformed product that gives sound softening effects. These are extremely popular both in residential and the commercial markets because we're all looking for that sanctuary with not a lot of noise. There's one behind me actually in my conference room. So.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because we think of Arte and we think of like having a soul, but at the same time to do this, you're talking about innovation all the time.
Absolutely. It's the through line of our thought process. It is what we do, both in printing techniques, materials, unique aspects. For instance, this wonderful vinyl wall covering that you're looking at with our Manila collection was hand inlaid rope and twine in the studio from which we did an embossing roller to create a vinyl wall covering that looks and feels like a textile. You have to see this one up close and personal.
I would love to. I think the next one, also tell us about this 3-dimensionality of, I think, curve.
Yeah, curve was up a moment ago.
Yeah, put up curve up, back up, you guys. Let's see. Yeah, curve, yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting process. We take a very elastic fabric, synthetic, and a foam inner layer, and then we use that with a hot press to thermoform the design and the texture. What's making this launch interesting is the use of a boucle texture, a linen texture. We have numerous designs in this type product. And again, it is a very functional, easy to install alternative to a lot of other products that you might be considering.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I didn't want to miss, so then the Wonderwoods.
Yeah, this is a departure for us, a nice departure. We have introduced a new category of products called panoramics and decors. Panoramics are murals. This was hand-painted artwork that was digitally printed on many different surfaces. The Wonderwoods is a true wonder. The surface texture there looks like a faux fur. It is 100% polyester, quite durable, but the decors items are large-scale prints, multicolor. There's 11 designs in all this, 4 murals and 7 beautiful decors.
I mean, murals are so, this is so brilliant, right? Designers really will eat up this idea of the murals, and also what you can do on the wall, right?
Exactly.
You guys, there are no limits. You see that there are no limits in what you do.
I appreciate that, Cindy. It is true. And I've seen a forecast of what's coming. I thought we might have been done for 2021, but there's more coming around the corner. So don't give up on us, and please explore, because you're going to need some time to explore this new launch for sure.
Yeah. One thing that I think is really important for everyone to know, besides that the design is splendid and they keep design, they can't help themselves. Okay. At Arte, they just cannot help themselves. But also that the applications are for residential, hospitality, commercial, the whole lot, right?
Exactly. Everything has applicability in both markets. And we think about that. And we have not only accent wall products, we have lots of small textures that are wonderful backdrops for art. We're seeing so many designers looking for materials in lieu of paint for texture on the wall. There's tons of that within the Arte line. So don't skip over that just to look at Wonderwoods, okay?
Right, exactly. There is such a freedom there. Well, Bill, wonderful to see you again. Amazing. We lost a little time because of the video, but the video was worth it. But just to see you and see the amazing designs makes me So happy. Fills me with joy. Can't wait to see you in person at some
Absolutely.
point.
At some point. It will be wonderful.
At some point. So Bill Calhoun, he's the chief everything at Arte in the USA. Yes, he's the president. And thank you so much. You're going to see me in a few minutes, you guys. My amazing managing director, Helene Oberman's coming up to share some more products on ProductLIVE. See you in a few. Bye,
Thanks,
Bill.
Andy. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Great to see you.
Hello, hello. I am Helene Oberman, Managing Director of Interior Design, and I'd like to welcome you back to Product Live. So I am here with my editor's pick, Marisol Centeno, founder of BU and Estudio Marisol Centeno. Bienvenidos, Marisol.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am glad to share this time with you and your audience.
Oh, it's so lovely to have you. So Marisol, you are calling in from Mexico City, and I know that you are very inspired by the culture around you. Can you tell the audience about why you launched BU and how you're making an impact through design?
Yes, well, it's an interesting question. Well, something that it's interesting behind our brand, it's probably the story behind the meaning of design and how do we use it now. So, well, just to give you as a short resume of my story, I mean, just after school, I had a brief but very significant experience working with a Mexican textile company where I discovered like the disconnection between local industry, innovation, and design in Mexico. So around 2012, like encouraged by the question of the role of design in contemporary Mexican culture, like I asked myself, how could I use design well, as a tool for social impact? No, for sure, I'm interested in create beauty and color experience, but what is behind the products, it's quite important for us. And for me, it was like very clear that textiles like will be like the medium I will use to produce expressive and meaningful objects in some way. So from that moment, I felt that I need to implement responsible and creative productions process for the types of textiles that I would like to bring to life in some way. And that's why I found BU with the vision, with the vision of work by conceiving a collaborative process with specific artisans in communities by encourage, I don't know, for example, coexistence, diversity, and dialogue. No, so in resume, BU is like a specialized brand in which we design and produce rugs and textiles, but we are driven by the values of innovation and quality and social change. You know, and well, when I think about social change, I think like after nearly 10 years, BU involves into interdisciplinary, multicultural team that works horizontal. We are super romantics, as you see.
Yeah, no, of course. And actually talking about being super romantic, you know, you have this new introduction that you just launched, which is part of your Añelo collection, which is an expression of a very specific time period, sort of the groovy late 60s of Mexico. And can you actually describe the inspiration behind this new rug design?
Yeah, well, you know, as you just mentioned, well, during the 60s in Mexico, as in many other countries, there were like a sense of hope, and like young people were looking for new desires. And during that time, it was very curious, but the local art scenes were like, how can I say, they make a mix of combination between inspired of vernacular and indigenous art from Mexico, but also they were mixing like a lot of art very popular in Europe and North America. And I mean, this phase of art and design in Mexico was very interesting because it was a way in which like Mexico renovated the traditional in some way. No? So we got inspired in that phase of the Mexican history. And it was very fun because we explored like new hand knocks technique and hand tuft, and we were trying to bring this gainful and fun experience by using color and textures.
So we're, unfortunately, because we got a little bit of a late start, we're almost out of time. But Marisol, I think something that's really special about the rug is actually this collaboration that you did with a local photographer that's captured in some of these images we're showing.
Yes, I mean, as we talked before, for me, like to work on the concept until even the photograph is created. We met Mauricio Alejo, who is like a very interesting contemporary artist and photographer from Mexico. Mm-hmm. And he helped us to create like this image and exploring the use of rocks like in a more, how can I say it, like absurdly or like more funny way. And we had a lot of fun with him. And I don't know. I mean,
I think that fun definitely comes across in the imagery. And I think that the concept, both of what you were sort of expressing in the design of the rug and comes across and how he is expressing it, right, in his photography.
Yes, well, yes, I mean, I'm glad that you say that because we work on that. So, yes, I mean, and always I think that collaborate with people from different creative space, just as Alejo, that he's an artist, and me as a designer, we love always to make come through our ideas by collaborations, and this was like a very good experience to us.
No, it definitely comes across. But Marisol, I'm sorry that we had only a little bit of a quick time together to talk about the work that you're doing. But I was going to say thank you so much for your time. And I do wish very soon that I can come and visit you in your studio in Mexico City.
I hope so. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back. And I like to welcome our partners and very dear longtime friends from Shaw Contract. I have Reese Duncan, Vice President for Global Design, and Ashley Olson, Design Director for Workplace Studio. Welcome. It's so good to see you both.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. So we're here today to discuss two new collections for Shaw Contract, Canopy and Dialogue. So I want to start with Canopy. Is that Ashley or Reese?
I will touch on Canopy.
Okay. So for starting with Canopy, was the collection developed as a solution for a specific need that you found in the market?
Yeah, you know, I think we were thinking a lot about now more than ever as we are re-emerging into spaces post-COVID. We really desire to bring more humanity into the environment, interiors that promote well-being in a holistic way for us, right? And the environment, our planet is more important than ever. So we just started to really think about how can we create that indoor-outdoor feel into our built environment that really gives us that sense of safety, that connection to nature that we all need. So Canopy brings that soft organic feel inside, and as we reconnect to our spaces in that intimate way, we can connect through nature indoors as well as outdoors.
I mean, certainly now more than ever, the health and well-being of an inhabitant is playing a central role in how one designs, and that definitely was something that you kept in mind as you were designing this collection.
Yeah, and I think it's the design inspiration of the collection. So the aesthetics bring that biophilic kind of tactility and beautiful color into the space, but also the materials of the collection, they're cradle to cradle. They're safe for us in a healthy way. They're safe for our planet as we can take them back and recycle them back into their selves. So kind of that closed circularity, and they're all carbon neutral. So you feel good about your choices and you feel like you're in that healthy space.
I mean, so obviously Canopy is addressing designers' needs for a healthier and much more sustainable flooring products for their projects.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is, It's always been important to all of us, but I think as we have had time to kind of disconnect a little bit from the rush of the world, we all know that our health is more important than ever. Our well-being is more important than ever. So we're re-emerging into these spaces, and I think that is one of the most important decisions that a designer can make when they're specifying, the products that we're going to be walking and living on.
Mm-hmm. So Reese, can you tell us about some of the patterns and more specific design details for a canopy?
Yeah, so the collection itself is actually a pretty large system of products that work together. We have multiple carpet tile sizes in a 9x36 plank and then a 24x24 square. Some of the patterns in the 9x36 plank that we have, like wildwood and wildwood color, really add scale and depth to the floor, very similar to as if you were looking up into nature's canopy and seeing the sunlight reflect onto the ground. So it brings those beautiful textures and patterns. And then those biophilic colors that are really important, that give us this really beautiful kind of calm sense. So kind of muted colors that are really drawn from nature's environment.
Mm-hmm. So Ashley, sorry for the pun, but now the floor is yours. So moving on to the next collection, can you walk us through the impetus for the launch of Dialogue?
Yeah, absolutely. So we were initially inspired by thinking about human connection and how open and honest conversation can really foster, an understanding and connection between us. And we wanted to create a collection that would really celebrate communication while also considering how we could create a collection that was diverse in the many different looks and feels and solutions that it offered. So in the middle of this development, actually, COVID happened. And it really gave this concept a lot more relevance. We really had to start learning how to work and how to start communicating in completely different ways, digitally, remotely. And the hope for this collection was really that this celebration of communication that inspired us would inspire others to consider how they could also make a positive impact through communication and through creating dialogue with each other and through the space.
So I know that we've learned, obviously always over time, but really in the last year, how critical communication is. So, and it comes across. So I understand that a new tufting technology was employed on at least one of the patterns for Dialogue. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, Ashley?
Yeah, face-to-face, it's one of the 18x36 tiles in the collection. It's the first running line carpet tile that we developed with our new Taylor Tuft technology. So it really allows us to get greater differentiation between the low loop and the high tip shear pile. So it creates this really plush and carved look and feel.
And can you just walk us through beyond face-to-face? What are some of the colors and other pattern ways that people can find for this new collection?
Yeah, so there are 5 different carpet tile styles in this collection, and there's also 2 LVT styles. And as a whole, the collection really offers several different price points, different sizes. There's 18x36 and 9x36 tiles, as well as different constructions. So there's plush constructions, there's denser textured loop with the LVT, there's a 24x24 inch tile as well as a plank, and both of those are 5mm. And so they provide a lot of different solutions for a variety of different spaces and budgets, and each one kind of brings its own kind of different viewpoint to the conversation.
So I'm curious, will we see these 2 new collections at NeoCon this year?
Yes, definitely. Along with lots of other new stuff coming our way.
Well, I can't wait. And of course, I really appreciate both of you guys for being here, giving us a little insight into the new collections. And I hope very much to see you both live and in person in Chicago at NeoCon in October. And to our audience, stay tuned. Up next is our editor-in-chief, Cindy Allen, and Miss Suzanne Tick.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, and we are live once again. Amazing job, Helene, with the good folks at Shaw. And right now, you're going to love this. Suzanne Tick, creative director, chief amazing person of Loom. It's her birthday today. Suzanne Tick, it's her birthday. Oh, my God. Suzanne, why aren't we hanging out together? Well, we kind of are. But happy birthday, sweetheart.
Thank you so much. I couldn't think of a better way to spend my birthday than with you.
I can't even believe it. At least we're somehow connecting on your birthday. That means so much to us that you're coming live for Product Live. You know, the work never stops. The inspiration never stops. And you never stop. By the way, you look beautiful. And are you out in Fire Island? You look amazing.
I am. I just deposited some friends and I ran up here, changed my clothes, and I'm up here they're like, what do you do? Can we come and watch? And I'm like, no.
So everybody out there is so fun because I was virtually backstage and heard you getting ready and and you couldn't hear me. So it was pretty funny. So happy birthday. Let's talk rare earth. Yeah. Nobody does it like Suzanne. So let's get a little insight into your inspiration and how you made this collection happen.
Well, this goes way back. One of the fibers goes back 4 years for the Ecotone product, which is those 3 colorways down in the bottom. About 4 years ago, we really started thinking about how we can get biodegradability into our collection. And, I feel so guilty when we come out with products that aren't sustainable. And we really wanted to take it further and further. So we worked with one of our partners, our suppliers, and started talking really, 4 years ago about the kind of fiber we wanted it to look like, the matte finish on it and everything. And, we got little scraps. We put it out in the garden to see how long, does it really work? How does does this really work? It takes 3.5 years. So it hasn't quite disappeared, but, we're starting to see some mutations. But, it started back there with that fiber. We came up with rare earth, the concept, about 2 years ago in honor of it's now almost 4 years, right? Because, we've gone, it's just
exactly. Yeah.
And so how important nature is to all of us. And so we developed the concept of really using nature as our guide and impressions from nature. And I had just flown over, when we were flying everywhere all the time and stuff like that, over the Salt Flats in San Francisco. I don't know if you've ever flown over these.
Oh, yeah, so beautiful.
Unbelievable. Yeah. And I took all these pictures. And so, we start, ideating collections, and we came up with the concept, and we always look at what's going around in the world of museums and stuff like that. And so way back then, migration was really, the whole thing about migration was happening. And so a lot of artists were doing migration. So we were studying artists that did migration visions, and we looked at how land was changing. And so the whole collection came about with the ideation of, our relationship with not only with ourselves and each other, but with Mother Nature. And so the whole collection is really rooted in that. And it's such a beautiful collection because it's both tactile and organic. You know, this large scale geometric, the mitered. We were especially intrigued by this old textile that we had found that had this beveled edge, and we're like, how did that weave structure alone, how can we create that? And then we were looking at all the images of tulip fields, because, you know, how can we, you know, where can we get color and really blasts of color? So we're getting all these, researching that. And then this is all about, you know, underwater sea and then plant life and stuff like that, and how, you know, seeds are migrating, and, you know, earth is migrating, and material is migrating. And so this is called Photogram. This product,
so beautiful.
It's so.
Wait, Suzanne, stop for 1 second. I know you have a lot to say. I know we have a very short amount of time. I know it's crazy. So I know, someone go back to the office shot, because a couple things I just want to say. First of all, for everyone out there, it's so hard not to be in Suzanne's studio, which is, you know, going over to her studio once or twice a year and like playing and seeing how collections are thought of and the work involved and this is in the studio. So I see this, it just makes me like, you know, my heart is thumping, makes me so excited, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, but also
this is based on Munsell. We did all this research on color theorists this year during the pandemic.
Beautiful.
And we found out that, you know, Sir Isaac Newton, when he was going through the pandemic of the bubonic plague, he did this whole color theory. His Roy G. Biv thing was all during the plague. And I'm like, we're in a plague. And then we were looking at Munsell, and I'm like, we're going to do an entire Munsell wall of our upholstery fabrics. And that's what we did, because we were in a pandemic. We could lay this whole thing out, and it's fantastic because we have like 6 blankets right now for 22, well, end of 21 and 22. And we're looking at, you know, how, you know, where do we grow? Where do we shift color? It's so much fun to have this up on the wall.
It's beautiful. Okay, wait, so we have 2 minutes left. I know it goes so fast, but I just want to say something. This is why I'm so proud of the design industry and you, who's a genius, is that there are all these shifts now, but you were working on the shifts before all of this happened. Do you know what I mean? And that's the thing that makes, you know, fills me with pride about this industry. Could you do like a Cliff Notes version of explaining the development of something being biodegradable, especially now? I mean, do the Cliff Notes version.
I'll do the Cliff Notes. I have the Cliff Notes. The Cliff Notes are, you have the recycled polyester, which is the chemistry of that. And then we take a biocatalyst, which is an additive that you put into the polyester, and on a molecular level, you mix it up, and the mutation changes the biocatalyst mutates with the straight form of the polyester, and it creates like fractals, and that fractals allows air and moisture to penetrate the fiber so that it allows it to disappear altogether. So at the end of its life, you can either recycle it, but we know what happens. People don't really recycle.
Right.
You know, but so now it takes about 3.5 years to totally biodegrade. It doesn't turn into like microfibers and fly into the air. It actually just disintegrates into the ground, but it has to be in this anaerobic. It's not going to like dematerialize underneath your seat. It's got to be, you know, in this anaerobic environment where it's moist and dark and airless. So.
Yeah. So these are the real issues that we're all dealing with right now. First of all, Suzanne Tick, Rare Earth. It's a gorgeous collection, and she's always dealing with things that are happening in the world. It's her birthday today, and she is with us. Tell your friends that they'll be able to watch you when we repost. I love you, Suzanne. Happy birthday, Loom and Rare Earth. She's a rare breed.
Thank you for asking me to be on. I
love
really
you so much.
Love you too.
Bye.
Happy birthday, Suzanne. Once again, I'm Helene Oberman, Managing Director of Interior Design Magazine, and I'd like to welcome our next partner, Steve Udoff. He's the National Sales Manager for Certainty. Steve, it's really good to see you again. I feel like I just saw you a few weeks ago.
I'm having trouble hearing you. I can't hear you. Are you?
Uh-oh. Well, let's see. Can you hear me now? Well, Steve, I know that I just filmed another product live with you just a few weeks ago, and we were actually discussing a version of this product. But before we dive into it, I'm wondering if you are able to give our audience just a little insight into your Certainty brand. So actually, well, we're back, and this is what happens when you're live. Technology, it can always help you and hurt you. But okay, so I like to welcome back our partner, Steve Udoff, National Sales Manager of Certainty. Steve, it is once again good to see you yet again. So
good to see you, and thanks for having me back. It's much better now that I can hear you.
Okay, well, perfect. So we're actually here to speak about your newest introduction, Heartfelt Nuvola. So can you tell us a little bit about the motivation behind this new product?
Yeah, so Nuvola was really an idea that came out of a kit of parts type application. And cloud applications right now are very popular. And so what we did was we took our standard popular Heartfelt and we put it into basically a kit of parts, gave very specific shapes and different configurations with different color formations, and put it into, like I said, a kit of parts that that can be specified as one specific unit.
So, I mean, you're really making it as easy as possible, correct, for interior designers to be able to integrate, you know, obviously a real solution that has a great design into their projects.
That's correct. And you know, with with the popularity right now of the open plenum ceilings, you have an acoustic issue. And so you need to be able to solve that acoustic issue while still keeping that open space that everybody craves. And clouds are a great way to do that. And Heartfelt has really good acoustical absorption. And so it was kind of a natural fit to be able to do this.
Well, it's just interesting because talking about sort of sound pollution, you know, we're living in a time where the health and well-being of an individual is more important than ever. And really being able to minimize sound pollution can address issues that are really come to fruition in commercial spaces.
Yeah, so whether you're trying to control sound in a very large space or trying to control sound in a smaller space where, let's say, you have a little open office, but you may not have as high of a ceiling, but you've got a lot of noise going on, clouds can really help do that. And what's interesting is, you know, Nuvola has a very interesting sound absorption curve where, as like metal and wood will absorb a lot of sound really well in the low end, but really tails off to the high end of the spectrum. Nuvola is the complete opposite. It will absorb sound not quite as well in the low end, but it gets better and better as the sound gets louder and gets more high pitched.
So given that, where do you see interior designers integrating Nuvola into their projects?
Well, I mean, it can be in any type of project. So imagine a really neat lobby entranceway to an office building where you have tiered clouds in different formations and shapes. So you're getting your sound absorption, but you're also adding some real interior design in it. Imagine, you know, again, a cubicle farm, you know, where you've got a lot of sound going over top of walls, a lot of people, sometimes call centers and things like that, where you've got a lot of loud noise and people talking. You can put clouds over each one of those cubicles and you still have an open plenum, you still have an open space, but you also get good sound absorption. Plus, you're adding a really neat design feel to it.
No, of course. So I'm curious because Certainteed has a longstanding mission about really helping the environment. So how does Heartfelt Nuvola address the demand for more sustainable building products out in the market?
Yeah, so Nuvola uses our Heartfelt panels, right? And so the Heartfelt panels themselves are our first cradle-to-cradle product. And so obviously, when you get something that's cradle to cradle, you're helping the environment because it's new, but you don't have to worry about the issues of recycling and things like that because it is a biodegradable material. The other thing is we also have the Green Guard Gold certification, and so that's, I think, a very big deal. Plus, I think that shows the sustainability. Plus, it also shows the chemicals we aren't using in the product to make it.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, something that's very specific is like, and we had talked about it before, is that there's this very sort of neutral tone-on-tone color palette that you went with Heartfelt and ultimately with Nuvola, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So we've got 5 gray colors and 5 earth tone colors. The gray color started off very, very popular, and it makes sense, right? That's the color of your ceilings now, your whites and your grays and your blacks. But more recently, we have seen a trend towards the earth tone colors. And so we're really excited about that because we think that really can add some different colors into a space.
Mm-hmm. Well, I also feel like, you know, I know it comes up in a lot of conversations, and we were just talking about it with some other partners, is just this notion of biophilia and how bringing the outdoors in is really important. And you can do that with some more natural, organic colored products.
Absolutely, and that's where those earth tones really come in. It gives you a look and feel of wood, but you get a softer feel to the space, right? Because it's felt.
Mm-hmm. And was this actually your first product that you guys produced in felt?
This was our initial kickoff into the felt world, and it's different, and it follows the line of the rest of our products. You have a carrier system, and you have a panel system, and the panels snap into the carrier. So it's very easily installed. And you've got a really neat design element to it, and very linear long looks.
So I hope, and I can't wait to see, because I'm assuming there's going to be a lot more felt products coming from Certainteed in the future. Steve, thank you so much for your time today and for your insight into Nuvola.
Thank you very much for having me. It was great.
Next up, I'd like to welcome our partner, Evan Dublin, Creative Director at Rejuvenation. Hi, Evan. It's so good to see you.
Hi, Helene. Nice to see you as well.
Okay, so before we jump into your new collection, can you give us a little insight into the Rejuvenation brand?
Yeah. So Rejuvenation is based in Portland, Oregon. We focus on lighting and hardware. The brand actually started in 1977 as an architectural salvage and restoration company, and over the years evolved into a period authentic reproductions brand. Since then, we've been really exploring what our own design voice and language is, and holding on to the pillars that really set us up and establish us from the beginning, which is timeless design, honest materials, focused on quality, and rooted in history.
So, well, let's talk about some timeless design, and let's dive in to your new collection, Blair, which is actually, it's a new product collection, but an extension, right, of an existing collection.
Yeah, that's correct. So Blair is a line extension onto our best-selling plumbing collection. This was designed in-house, and our team really took the language from that plumbing collection and expanded it across lighting and cabinet hardware. So there's 6 lights within this collection. We're offering it in 5+ finishes, and the collection is made to go throughout the home.
Okay, so, but I know there was very specific design details that you took from the plumbing and actually captured it, especially in the lighting, correct?
Correct, yeah. So we've been noticing a lot of industrial pendant fixtures coming into the market, and we use this as an opportunity to explore what this looks like for us. The design team was really inspired by 1930s to 1940s European warehouse lighting. We were looking through archives and looking for mixed material pendants. And then we took the language from the plumbing lever, the really angular graphic silhouette of it, and applied it across the collection. So you can see here how it's translating to the solid spun brass shades.
So, of course, what I love about Blair is that there's a whole lot of options so that designers can really customize to fit their needs, correct?
Correct, yeah. So this pendant, we offer 3 different sizes. There's 2 different size flush mounts and a sconce. And we make this here at our Portland factory. And so you can specify what finish you want, the drop length cut down to the inch, and we build it for you for your project.
And what about the hardware?
So the hardware, there's knobs, cabinet pulls, but it expands to like 30+ SKUs that hit into plumbing as well as in the bathroom space. So it's really a kitchen and bathroom focused collection, but the silhouette of the pendants are beautiful and the flush mount, so you can use them throughout the home.
So I think a real big plus for Rejuvenation, and you touched on it, is that your products are American made in your own factory space in Portland. So can you tell us a little bit about the space that you're in right now?
Yeah, so our Portland factory, we have obviously years of lighting that we've been developing and designing and selling. And so it all comes in from all around the world. We try and work with the best manufacturers possible based on the manufacturing technique. All those components come in, and we're finishing them, we're assembling them, and we're building them for residential as well as consumer based environments.
So, well, I just want to let our wonderful audience out there know that we actually just shot an amazing factory tour of Rejuvenation. So check out our website to find it. But of course, Evan, going back to the Blair collection, how do you see the collection ultimately being utilized?
Yeah, the inspiration image where you're seeing multiple pendants over a kitchen island, I think is really hero. but down hallways, in bathrooms. There's such diversity to the collection, and it makes such a graphic statement that I think you can use it throughout the home, inside and out under covered environments. But yeah.
So Evan, I'm just wondering if you can give us a little sneak peek perhaps of something that you're working on for the future.
Yeah, so we are developing a lot more bigger chandelier collections, things with mixed materials. We're exploring alabaster and pairing that with different brass fixtures. We're getting more into wood pairings with metal. So there's a lot more to come with mixed materials.
Oh, I love that though. It's like big jewelry, correct?
Exactly, statements.
Statement pieces. Well, Cindy, as everyone knows, loves a good statement piece. So that's amazing. But I'm just curious, do you figure out this new collection, because it's such big statement pieces, do you find it's more for residential or actually for the contract side of things?
I think it's a mix of both. We explore all different sizes, and we're thinking about how that fits into the home space as well as the consumer space. And there's different sizes. So we'll roll out with a collection that's maybe on the smaller size, which would be perfect for interiors, kitchens, islands, et cetera. But then there's bigger pieces that are more statements that you can use within lobbies, et cetera.
So if anyone is interested in acquiring some rejuvenation, how can they go about that?
Yeah, come and visit our website. We recently launched a design chat. So if you have any questions and want to talk further, please use that feature and sign up for our trade site as well.
And can I ask, as creative director, do you happen to have a favorite collection?
The Blair is a recent one. Jericho has been a favorite collection. It was a piece that is this really organic blown glass with a texture on some metal components, and the juxtaposition, the earthiness, the back to nature elements of it is really a favorite. So explore that. It's also a full suite. It's lighting and expands into hardware as well.
I know sometimes it's a real challenge, right, to figure out which one might just actually be your favorite, but they might all be your favorites, correct?
They're all my favorites. They're all my babies, etc.
Well, Evan, I really appreciate your time today and your insight into both rejuvenation and, of course, to the Blair collection. As I told the audience earlier, I would hope you check out our website to see the video tour of their beautiful factory space in Portland. And now I'm going to pass off the baton to my colleague, Rebecca Tines.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to Product Live. I'm Rebecca Tines, and I'm the Market Director at Interior Design. And right now we have an editor's pick. So we're going to look at a collection for Concrete Collaborative, and we have the designer here to join us, and that is Alex Proba of Studio Proba.
Hi,
Alex.
How are you doing?
Doing great. I know you're joining us from a very hot location.
Yeah, it's been crazy over here.
I had no idea that Portland could be 100+ degrees. So thank you for struggling through it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in Portland had any idea of that either. So it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I just want to give a little bio for you because I was re-impressed reading it again. So you founded your Studio Proba in 2013, and you kind of split your time between Portland and Brooklyn. But you have a wide range of focus from brand design, art direction, product design, illustration, murals, the list goes on. An editor here reminded me that we published a beautiful pool project that you did at the Morrow House, which was stunning. You know, we were all obsessed. And then you also hold a permanent position as the art director at Nike. So what is it you don't do?
I actually left Nike 3 years ago. That was like my last thing before I did full-time Studio Proba. But Studio Proba normally was like, for the most time, always like my second thing that I did. And I always had a full-time job due to being also like from Europe, and you know, you have visa issues and all the legal stuff. But yeah, I've been actually 3 years almost now independent, just Studio Proba.
Amazing. Well, yes, I did know that you went to school in both Germany for spatial design and then for product design at the Design Academy of Eindhoven, which we love. The work that comes out of there is always so inspiring. But we're here to talk about your Aurora collection. So this was with Concrete Collaborative. I wonder if you could just give a little backstory. How did you get into tile design? How did you meet Concrete Collaborative? And how long did that process take to kind of start to finish, get this product designed?
Yeah, actually for probably like 5 years before this collection, I looked into tiles just because it's like an easy translation of like a graphic piece that I create onto a surface, same like I guess my textiles and my rugs and everything. So I learned like so many challenges that come with like trying to make your own collection, and I kind of put it like on the back shelf. But then Concrete Collaborative reached out, and I was just like, oh, that's awesome. Like that's probably the best scenario ever, because I can like live my tile dreams, but then they know what they're doing, kind of thing. And so we did start the conversation, and then I designed the collection, and then I think it like fell under the radar again for like almost a year. And then after my travels to Marrakesh in 2019, I was just like, okay, I really need to do this. And we kind of were like, okay, let's do it now. And so I kind of like redesigned everything again based on like the travels to Marrakesh. And like, I think in the color palette, a lot of that is influenced by it. And yeah, and then I think from just submitting, like I submitted all the designs that I thought could work as a collection. And then I in my head, I was like, oh, cool, they're going to pick one. But in the end, they just did all my sketches that I submitted. And I was just like, that's awesome. So I kind of like love how it's like from the micro kind of terrazzo shaped tiles to like the big, like one shaped tiles. It all like kind of comes together, but they also work separately, but they also can be combined. And I think, yeah, I think I'm really happy about this collection.
Well, you've also made our tile dreams come true, so thank you for that. I am looking at the list of all the different patterns, and yeah, riser, baked, Vado, Xena. There's, you know, kind of an endless list. So I love that they were so impressed that they just decided to kind of do it all. That's rare, I would think. Usually there's an editing process.
Yeah, there was none, and I was just kind of like, I mean, Concrete Collaborative has been awesome, and they were like, let's try to make samples of all, and then we kind of see what we like. But then when we saw the samples, we were like, oh, cool, let's just do all of them. And they different in terms of like scale and things like that, but in the end, they kind of like all, you know, one family. So I think we thought it might be a nice version to like give like interior designers and other like just like people like the option to go crazy or not, right? So I think it works well.
Well, this image we're looking at right now, we were able to include in a print issue. We use it as an opener to one of our market sections on flooring. We were so impressed. I wonder, you know, specifically, you said the color palette was inspired by your trip, but are there other like visual references that kind of come through, or are there things that you think about particularly that stood out from those travels that you translated, whether it's form or colors?
I think like just like the repetition, like patterns in general, but I tried to also like bring obviously Studio Proba into this collection, where, you know, people recognize the shapes or recognize that it's like made by me, I guess, too. And I think most of my work in general is inspired by like the everyday and like the natural elements from like surroundings and from patterns to just like shapes in general. And I think that with almost every travel or every trip, even to the grocery store, I kind of pick up little elements. And I think that the Aurora collection is like a mix of that with the addition of like being in Marrakesh, to like a place that I always wanted to visit, and just like the warm tones of that place itself. And then just like by drawing and sketching them out. Like I feel like, especially the little ones on the wall that you see back here, they kind of like remind me of like all the tile work that is super intricate on all the buildings there. That's probably the most inspired one for it. And then the rest is kind of more in like the color palette of like, you know, the desert almost.
Yeah, that really comes through, and it translates so well to a material like cement and pigment and marble dust. You know, it has that matte feel and that dusty feel and that desert feel. So that works really well. I know you've worked on other flooring and table mats in collaboration with Slash Objects and recycled rubber. You know, how do the materials reflect, you know, your design, or do you start with the material, or do you start with the designs, or how does that work for you?
I think it depends on the project. Like I think with my rugs and my wallpapers and everything like that, I start with the design and then it translates into the final piece of carpet or whatever it is. But I think with Ariel from Stash Objects, that we're friends and we're just kind of, we should do something together. And I actually emailed her about when I got my puppy. I was like, can we make some puppy mats? And I think that whole sparked the idea of like floor mats. And then we were just like, let's just do it. And then I think I use a lot of the terrazzo pattern anyway in my work, so it was like the perfect combination. And yeah, and then we kind of designed the shapes that we thought would have the best functionality for rooms like the kitchen, or like the, you know, for the dog or for the cat or things like that. And then I think from there we kind of decided to find a color palette that works for the both of us, and that's why there's like a lot of purple and that terrazzo kind of, terracotta kind of color. So I think we just merged both businesses together and then took her material and created like the shapes that are my language, I guess. So yeah, I love them. I use them all the time. So, and my dog loves them too because he can like splatter anywhere and nothing happens.
I have a dog too, so those actually really popped out at me when I saw that collection at first too. So I guess, you know, for us, it's nice to see, you know, how you apply your aesthetic to so many different materials, and it's so unique and it's so you, and I think it really is just nice for us to see and keep following along. So we'll look forward to the next collaboration or the next Studio Proba, you know, standalone project or whatever it may be. But I just want to thank you for joining us today.
Of course, thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Of course, stay cool.
Oh yeah, we will. We will try to go to the beach this weekend.
Good.
Like everyone else.
Yeah. Thanks, Alex.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hey, everybody, and we are back live. Thanks, Rebecca. That was fantastic. Love Concrete Collaborative. I won some tiles. Meanwhile, today we're talking with our good friends at Human Scale, and I'm very excited to see Bob King, CEO and founder, and Todd Brasher, strategic designer and advisor from Todd Brasher Studio. How are you guys?
We're great. You look great. It's good to see you, Sydney.
It's so good to see you. Kind of all that, right? Black and white and black and white.
Exactly.
First of all, before we get started talking product, I do want to, it's amazing seeing you guys together. And I do want to talk about how important it is collaborating with the right, you know, with the right energy, the right kind of partner. You guys do it so well. It's been a while. Bob, tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it's been great. Of course, we've worked with Todd for a long time, maybe, I don't know, since the 80s. Since the 80s, yeah. In fact, he was born in the 90s, so it's goes back quite a while. No, we did the Treya chair together, and this, God knows, this chair took way longer than we expected. So a long time. But Todd believes in the same things we believe in. Todd believes in function, and that form flows from function. All the things that we've believed in for so long, and minimalism and the environment. So when you believe in the same thing, it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, totally. And Todd, as as a designer, but you have a good business mind, but you're an amazing designer. Like having a company like Human Scale to be able to collaborate with is also something special, huh?
I mean, it's a dream, right? And as a designer, when you look at how can you make an impact or a positive impact in the world, you're pretty limited as a designer, And however, with an engine like Human Scale and the capabilities and the effort that they're pushing on, it's easy as a designer to go along for the ride and at scale make positive change. So that for us is a perfect combination.
Yeah, I love that. I love seeing you together, and I always am very encouraged by what you design together. So let's get to that.
Yeah.
And let's talk about Path. And Bob, why don't you kick it off and tell us what were you thinking about? What were you inspired in terms of what was behind the design of Path?
Well, we wanted our next chair to incorporate, of course, all the things we've learned and all the innovations we've developed over the last 25 years, of course, right? Plus a bunch of other new cool things. And then we wanted to have a design aesthetic, though, that would have really broad appeal in residential, in hospitality, in offices that were looking for a less technical aesthetic.
And Todd, what about you? What were some of the elements of? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So, and from your perspective, what were some of the properties or elements of this product that made it unique for you as a designer?
Yeah, for us, so task seating, as you know, since ages, has been very complex furniture. You're asking a lot for users how to operate the chairs. They look complicated, and these days are over in a lot of ways. Look at your Apple devices, right? Like they're just so clean and tidy, but they're higher performing more than ever. However, you don't need to know what it's doing, and you don't have to worry about it all. So what the Path chair is very similar type of intelligence, where we wanted to just wash away any complexity and just keep it simple. But it's one of the higher performing chairs you'll find out there. And along with all Human Scale's know-how, it has no need to make all these adjustments, and all the knobs and levers are all gone, as you know, from Human Scale. But the chair again delivers all the performance you'd ever want. So it's that perfect combination of simplicity but high performance.
And Bob, we talk about, well, you and I talk about chairs, and you talk about people and humans. It's Human Scale after all. But you also just figuring out where the gap was, right? Like what was needed to fill that gap.
Right. As I said, we wanted a chair that would have really broad appeal in the residential space, which is becoming obviously a lot more important, right?
Yeah.
Hospitality space and offices that are looking, as I said, for a look that's not as technical, it's warmer.
Yeah. Was this? I say this a lot, that what makes me so proud is that the design world has been doing a lot of things that almost got them ready for something like the pandemic that happened. And there's no way this wasn't getting developed pre-COVID, right? So I'm just trying to understand that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we've been working on this for 5 years. Developing a chair takes if you develop from scratch, and actually not many people actually do develop it from scratch, but if you develop from scratch, it's a 5-year full-time effort. So yeah, it's been a long road, as it always is, as it was with our previous chairs.
If I can add to that, for example, one of the innovations which we're really excited by is, at first glance, the chair looks very quiet, and we like to think very calming and inviting. And whereas it's actually highly technical, and the back itself and the knit, it's using 3D knit. And so when you sit in it, it feels like a mesh chair. It has breathability, it's good with suspension. You have the lumbar that's knitted in there. So you have a very unique feeling to sit in the chair, but you're not hit over the head by it. It's meant to just be very discreet. So it's one of these chairs that's it's quite complex to develop, even though it might look simple to someone just by the naked eye.
Yeah. By the way, I think it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. And again, for people out there, Bob, sorry, I had a hard time hearing you in the beginning, but now I can. The fact that this was being developed before COVID, and now it's sort of like it was almost like you knew that we would need what we would need in our homes is kind of amazing.
It's kind of lucky.
Well, yes and no, the convergence, right? The sort of domestication of workplace, and it's all somewhat converging. So it's
yeah, the trend was certainly there before, and the pandemic certainly accelerated it.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure.
So tell me. By the way, are you guys sitting on the chairs?
No.
Oh, you're not sitting on the chairs. Okay, because I wanted you to do. Bob, we usually do the
spin around. We always do the spin around. Actually, we could have been sitting in it.
All right, next time. So let's talk about human scale a little bit and your ongoing mission and how this new chair sort of fits into how you really you see design in the world.
See the what?
How you really see design and why this chair right now, and in terms of a legacy for human scale.
Well, I've said to you many times, of course, Cindy, that chairs are really important. People spend, on average, in the United States at least, probably in the rest of the world, about 13 hours a day sitting down, which is pretty amazing. So a great chair is really important, and I think a lot of people don't understand that, how important it is. That's our job to explain it, but it's hugely important. And the ability for someone to move from one posture to another, it sounds simple, but it's incredibly important. If you sit in almost any other chair, if you want to do something as important and simple as lean back, you have to operate all kinds of controls that virtually no one knows how to use. You have to go to chair training. It's just
chair training.
Yeah.
Todd, you have a lot of chair training.
Yeah, these days there's a webinar you can take, right? So that's really.
They used to ship with a book.
And if we do, actually we don't ship with a book anymore.
No, the other guys.
No one reads it anyway. But and the other thing in terms of the legacy, of course, is I and Human Scale have always been really committed to the environment and conservation.
Yes.
We kind of led the way in terms of material transparency and using healthy materials, and in many ways, PATH was an opportunity to take that to a whole new level. And of course, PATH is actually what we call planet positive. It actually is, it's climate, energy, water positive, which means it actually, every time you buy a PATH chair, actually anytime you buy any one of our chairs, it turns out, you actually reverse some of the damage that's been done to the climate over the years, which is pretty cool. And our chairs, all of our chairs do that. PATH does it to a new level.
You guys are our hero about that. Okay, we have 1 minute. One last thing. Todd, tell us, is there anything architects and designers should keep in mind while specifying this product in terms of customization and lead time? Before we go off.
Okay, yes, this chair, considering hoteling and hot desking and how everyone's changing chairs all the time, this chair is the perfect chair for that, along with all human scale chairs. There's no adjustments, right? So that's one. Number two, it goes in workstations to front of house, back of house conferencing. So it's meant to dress up, dress down, kind of be the everything chair, and you can be more sophisticated, more casual about it, like where on the spectrum you want to live. And that's really what this chair is about.
You guys are all humans. I'm so proud of you, and I'm so glad to know both of you. Human Scale. Check it out. PATH 2021. Go online, check it out. Thanks, guys. Bob and Todd. Love you guys. Big hug.
Take care. We'll see you in Chicago.
See you at NeoCon. Yeah. Okay. Bye, everybody.
Thanks to Cindy for that great look at human scale. Up next, we have Mecco, and we're going to be joined by Emmy Funk, who is the Sustainability and Product Specialist. Hi, Emmy.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Excited to speak with you today.
Yeah, same. So we know that Mecco is a roller shade provider with over 50 years in business. You have sustainability right there in your job title. I wonder if you could tell us about your role at the company and what you do there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am a sustainability and product specialist at Mecco. So I work on a lot of our material health and transparency documentation, ranging from shade cloth fabric to shade hardware systems. So I've worked extensively on LEED Living Building Challenge and WELL projects, helping architects with compliance information for products and guiding on product selection for sustainable materials, but also heavily involved in product development, really managing sustainability and marketing initiatives for all of our new commercial products.
So it sounds like you work very closely with the A&D community, which is our community as well. So I know today we're going to discuss the shade cloth refresh. So this is a material that you guys have. There's some examples are the Soho 2021 collection, the Chelsea, the Echo Veil. But this line in particular, it's an innovation and it's just expanding your offerings. But I know there were a number of kind of issues you guys were addressing with this refresh. So I wonder if you could first talk about palette, because obviously designers love colorways. Mm-hmm. I know you didn't go for like crazy wild. So instead, what was the target and who did you talk to? Did you go to the designers to get feedback, or what was the process in coming up with the palette for this collection?
Yeah, definitely. So really expanding our color palette was a big goal for the refresh. As you see, we have a diverse color set in our Soho collection shown above, but of course, we're not talking about these bold colors, right? These are really light filtering shade cloth. It's a tool. So we're talking about neutrals and mid-tone colors. So what we really did is take that feedback from the A&D community and really try and diversify and bring more of those neutrals, those mid-tones, those design-oriented colors to give more optionality for color selection so that designers can really complement their interior aesthetics with shade cloth, right? Because it's not just an aesthetic fabric. What's so unique is it's also a performance fabric. So making sure that we're accounting for, how a shade cloth is going to perform while providing more options for those neutrals and midtones was really how we thought about adding to our current collection of colors.
And we see, the grays that have been so popular in the community, but also some warm whites, and some of those warm colors seem to be coming back a little bit. But what's nice is that it is a product that's meant to last, right? So you're you're investing in the material, and you're not going crazy with color because you're hoping it's going to have longevity. Another element that I found so interesting is that you were addressing kind of this need for larger widths. So I wonder if you could talk about how the building industry kind of can affect what kinds of products you guys are developing and how this shade cloth refresh really addresses that.
Yes, so this was a really big key area when we were thinking about how can we evolve our fabric to meet project needs, design needs. As we know, buildings are constantly evolving. So how do we meet those needs? And one of the big areas we focused on was expanding our shade cloth widths. So we know that there are more expansive areas of glass in our buildings. Floor to ceiling glass is very commonplace, and we're seeing larger glass facades. So we saw this as an important goal. So we expanded the widths of our fabrics across all of our collections, or most of our solar collections. And what this enables designers to do is reduce light gaps between the fabric and the window, and it maintains a cleaner facade aesthetic, which was really important for us. And it fits in perfectly. We just launched a new manual shade system called the Mecco 7. So again, we're seeing larger shade systems, and this is how we're responding to that ask from the design community.
Yeah, and we did hear a little bit earlier with Metropolis and Avi about the Mecco 7 collection and how it's motorized, and it was so interesting to me to hear about there's so much behind the scenes that goes into the creation of these systems, because longer expanses means more weight, means technology needs to
exactly
to catch up. So another thing too, and I believe this collection really addresses that, is the openness factor. So I wonder if you could talk about that and how the line was kind of extended to have a cohesive look across the openness factors that are available.
Yes, absolutely. And as I said, what's so interesting about shade cloth as a textile is it's both an aesthetic and a performance shade cloth. So what we wanted to do is create cohesive collections that would enable designers to have the same color offerings in different openness factors, so that you could keep the same color and the weave, but vary that openness. So typically it's 1, 3, 5, and 10%. That's really the density of the weave. So on a floor, if you want to keep that aesthetic, but have areas where you're allowing more or less daylight, you can do that. So we wanted to make sure that colors were consistent across our collections and across our each openness factor to really bring out and enhance performance and aesthetic attributes.
Yeah, that's so important, because there are different areas where you want more privacy, less privacy, more visibility, less visibility. So of course you would want to be able to have that aesthetic go across. I also wondered, we did talk a little bit about your role in sustainability, but I'm sure that there are kind of elements and certifications that these products address. Is there kind of an enhanced desire on the design community's side for sustainable products? Are you getting a lot of asks to meet certain certifications?
Absolutely, especially after last year. Sustainability has always been an ongoing trend. We're seeing so many more projects that are going after the LEED Living Building Challenge WELL projects, and so we have done a lot of work to apply our sustainability principles and a sustainability lens to all of our products. So this refresh was really no exception. What we've done is we've made sure that all of our shade cloths and blackouts have some form of low VOC certification, for example. So that would be Green Guard or Intertex Clean Air. In addition, we wanted to create more options so that it's easy for designers to specify sustainable materials. So we expanded colors in our Chelsea Blackout collection, and that's it has a cradle to cradle material health certificate of silver. So by expanding color options, it just makes it easier to specify these materials. And of course, we still have kind of our legacy sustainable fabrics, EcoVeil Sheer, which are designed using cradle to cradle principles, which we incorporated into our new product design process, and also has optimized flame retardants, etc. So these are now also available in wider widths. So again, we're making it easier for architects and designers to specify these sustainable materials on projects without having to compromise on performance.
Thank you so much, Emmy. I also want to say that acoustics and cleanability are another aspect that's been thought through. So people should really go check out this Mecco shade cloth refresh. And I just want to thank you for joining us. It's been lovely just talking through the new collection.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Hello again. We are back with Product Live. This time we are visiting with our partner West Elm, and in particular we have Paul Golly. Paul is the Furniture and Design Director at West Elm. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Rebecca. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. So I know we have all kinds of exciting introductions going on at West Elm. The brand needs no introduction. We're all big fans and have watched as it has grown to be kind of synonymous with modern furniture. I know that today we're here specifically to talk about some new aesthetics that you guys are developing to kind of increase the brand offerings. One is the pure aesthetic, which is kind of casual, coastal, and then also a very sophisticated transitional look. So I wondered if we could start here with pure And if you could just kind of give an overview, what are some of the keywords or key functionality materials that you guys looked at when you were kind of creating this casual coastal look?
Sure. Yeah, you got that right. West Elm really is always looking to introduce new aesthetics. That's one of the strengths of the brand, is it keeps evolving and changing to give new looks to the customers. This kind of casual coastal California modern aesthetic is all about light and dry finishes, natural materials. You see here the Savannah rattan chair. So what's great about this chair is it's very comfortable. It has like a plush upholstered seat, but you get all this volume and shape with the rattan. So it really is a nice marriage of this kind of, it's sort of a take on a classic French rattan chair, but it's a modern update.
What I love about rattan as a material too is it remains light while having that strength of structure. So you get that kind of, presence of an armchair with this piece, but it has a nice lightness which feels coastal, feels modern, feels California. So it's really well done interpretation.
And I think this particular chair has a lot of volume, which is nice. So it doesn't look like sort of a sticky rattan chair, but it has a lot of presence and volume. So it's really a nice piece in the room. And then, here is the kind of the transitional aesthetic you had touched on before. So very tailored, sort of very dramatic, but also easy. So we've kind of paired these light, easy finishes with sort of dramatic dark Suzanne woods and oil rub bronze finish.
I love the low slung arms on the sofa here too, the Dalton sofa, and then the way the Mateo accent tables really talk with the Atticus media console with that Charus black, which I think is such a great update on what could read as a very mid-century piece. I wonder if you could talk about that mix of materials, because it's also in that Olivia light fixture.
Yeah.
What brought you to bring those different finishes together, the kind of shinier brass and then the oil rubbed bronze feel?
Yeah. I mean, West Elm, as you know, is well known for mid-century, but we're always trying to evolve that. So you're right that these are sort of modern updates of sort of a mid-century vernacular, and that's carried both through the Mateo tables and the Atticus media and into the light fixture. So it's mixed materials has always been key to what West Elm does, and I think what makes a lot of these pieces special.
It does bring a fresh take when you take materials that you haven't traditionally seen together, even if you're using an aesthetic that's familiar, that feels mid-century. It does bring something different. I know we have a detail image of the Mateo coffee and side table, and just that shine of the oil rubbed bronze, it has it has such a nice feel with the Charus black oak top. So I love that piece. And in general, just you with the transitional aesthetic, you're marrying both traditional and modern. And the idea was to kind of create sort of a decorator's take, a decorator's hand with sophistication. How do you create that throughout the that aesthetic, throughout the pieces?
Right. So we the goal with these pieces is to have pieces that can be showpieces in the home, but you can also live with. So they're not such decorator pieces that you couldn't integrate them into sort of a regular home. And you can see they sort of pair nicely with very easy pieces too, like the Winona side table from the first image. That is also, if you notice, in this image. So it's sort of a flexible decorator look. It's hopefully not off-putting, and that people can mix it with things they may already have. So.
Right. And in that pure aesthetic, I loved that there was a slip-covered sofa, the shelter sofa. Yeah. Everybody wants that kind of easy to use, easy to clean, take it off, throw it in. The deep-seated seats are such a luxury feel for it. Here we're looking again at the transitional aesthetic, and this too has that clean, like tailored look, which we were just discussing, fully upholstered pieces, which is so nice.
Yeah, again, the idea there is that it's a very tailored, like you said, tailored, sophisticated look, but we also really focus on comfort. So sort of a deep seat, a plush seat. So hopefully the best of both worlds. And then, in a contract setting with a wide arm, it's sort of a nice opportunity that someone could potentially sit on the arm if there's sort of a large gathering.
That's nice. Yeah, it becomes seating, or it could be a laptop station for us to work from home.
Exactly. And yeah. And then the Olivia light fixture, which you see in this picture too, there's a sort of a matching sconce. So these are sort of fun, dramatic pieces, but again, I think kind of easy to integrate into any space. So.
They have a nice sculptural feel to them too, which I think is great. This is that detail we were talking about before, that mixed materiality. So it feels approachable, but it also feels sophisticated. So you guys did a really great job while pairing things together. Is it fun to play with materials? Is that something you look forward to in your?
Oh, for sure. And I think the designer did a great job here with this sort of machined component that attaches to the top and the leg kind of joins into. So I think it looks very special and considered, and I think that's one of the things across the collection that sets it apart. So. Yeah,
it's interesting how it does that kind of wave, and then the hardware fits into place. So it does have, it is clean lines, but it also has a lot of detail when you kind of get closer.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So you can't pick between the two because it's like choosing a baby, a favorite child. But do you gravitate towards one aesthetic over the other?
Oh, that's a good question. I might cop out and say I'm more of a hybrid of the two, if I had to be honest.
Well, that's the nice thing, is that they play well together, right? You could mix some of those lighter finishes because they're also the Charust,
For sure.
With the darker ones as well. So
and that you notice in the first image, there's the Isabella armchair, which you could easily put in that second footprint in a different cover, like in a velvet or something. So that's what I think kind of the strength of these products is they can kind of flex between the two different worlds.
Definitely. Well, I love the new aesthetics, both pure and the transitional aesthetic, and I just want to thank you, Paul, for coming to talk with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and I also just want to thank the audience for joining us. It's been a marathon of Product Live. We've had both hosted by Metropolis and Interior Design. We've been very grateful to have you guys along for the ride. Please join us next time for another edition of Product Live. Thank you.